Good evening. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2. You can also watch this meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, on the Go Vegas app. The Planning Commission meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Saturday after the meeting at 10 a.m., Monday at midnight, and the following Tuesday at 6 p.m. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? That was a good one. City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Chair Cherry.
Present.
Vice Chair Williams.
Present.
Commissioner Schlottman.
Present.
Commissioner Rogan.
Present.
Commissioner Walsh.
Present.
Commissioner Kasama.
Present.
Commissioner Taylor.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process if appropriate. There are agendas on both sides of the podium if anyone needs to grab to follow along. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate you adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. This is a full house tonight, so I do ask that we follow the rules. Please be respectful of everyone talking. It is important that we could hear their words when they come and speak to us. So, moving on to item number 4, all comments made under this item for specific action will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? And I will note that the that 38 will be trailed tonight and heard in a public, open to the public. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
I'm sorry, say that again?
The 38 and 39. Items 38 and 39 will be heard. I'm trailing that item to the end of the agenda.
Okay, so it's going to be at the end?
Yes.
Okay, and are you doing first open comment?
It will be opened up for public hearing at that time.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't know, but I mean the first open comment period, is that what you were just talking about coming now?
That's right now, yes.
Okay, I'd like to just make a comment.
Okay.
Okay.
Can your name and address for the record?
Sure. Christian Salmon, 9060 West Washburn Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89149.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd just like to make comment. I live in the Lone Mountain Rural Preservation Neighborhood. And just as an example, my wife's from Thailand. So in Thailand, I guess you can have in a neighborhood a dry cleaner, a restaurant.
Christian, let's stick to Las Vegas and anything specific on the agenda, please.
Sure, I'm just giving an example that those things are allowed in other places, but when I moved here, I wanted to have something consistent and sustaining that I knew was going to be here for my kid. And so I just wanted to bring that up, that that's a point that happens elsewhere, and we never thought that this would even be in question at this point, so I just wanted to make that known.
Thank you, Christian.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, we will move on to item number 5. Can we get item number 5, can we get a motion to approve the Planning Commission meeting minutes of April 9th, 2024? Vice Chair?
Yes, through the chair, I'd like to make a motion for approval on the minutes from the April 9th, 2024 Planning Commission.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries. Moving on to housekeeping items. Are there any items that the Commissioner's staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action?
Mr. Chairman, staff has some housekeeping items. First of all, staff received revised plans and is requesting to strike from the agenda item number 53A, 24-0174-SCD1, as it is no longer necessary. Item number 12, project number 23-0663, SUP1, did not consent to one motion, one vote, and will need to be pulled from that portion of the agenda and heard as part of the public hearing tonight. The applicant is requesting to table agenda item number 36, project number 24-0081. The applicant is requesting to hold agenda item number 52, project number 24-0167 to the June 18th Planning Commission meeting, and this is the applicant's first request. The applicant is requesting to hold agenda item number 31, project number 23-0595 to the July 9th Planning Commission meeting, and this is the applicant's fourth request. And also, it's my understanding that Commissioner Rogan would like to hold an item in abeyance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. One quick question before I go to Commissioner Rogan. On item 53, is it just A that are we hearing B on there?
Yes, we will be hearing B tonight. They
Okay.
gave us revised plans that the community wall will now meet the code, so they do not need the deviation anymore.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rogan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. On item 34, this is an application that we continued to today from last month. The applicant needs another month. There's going to be a neighborhood meeting on Thursday evening, and so we just need that time for that neighborhood meeting to take place.
And that was the third?
This is the second abeyance.
Okay. And Nicole, what was the item that had 4 abeyances on there?
That is agenda item number 31, 23-0595.
And do we have a reason for the record on the abeyance? Is the applicant here for that? Is the applicant on 31 here? Do not see the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, it is my understanding they're requesting the additional time to rework the proposed residential subdivision.
Okay, and this will be the 4th time now.
Yes, it is.
And how long does the Planning Commission need to keep carrying on with the designs before it's taken off, stricken, whatever comes next?
Mr. Chairman, that is at your discretion.
Okay, so I think I'm going to be fine with this abeyance, but I will say I feel like it's the last time. They need to make some decisions from now until then, so they can either get on with the agenda item or take it off the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, and I will make sure that staff reaches out to that applicant and expresses that to
Just in
them.
fairness to the people that were notified and to this commission, to staff. Okay, thank you. Vice Chair?
All right, first up, I'd like to make a motion for the following housekeeping items. Item 31 will be held in abeyance until the 7/9/24 PC meeting. Item 34 will be held in abeyance until the 6/18/24 PC meeting. Item 36 will be tabled. Item 52, applicant requests this item to be held in abeyance until the 6/18 PC meeting. Item 53, we will strike A, but we'll still hear B, item B tonight. And item 12 will be pulled and heard tonight. A motion is on the floor for approval of these housekeeping items.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Oh, excuse me. Oh, hi.
To be obeyed, I'm so sorry. I was in the overflow room and I could not get in.
Oh, no problem. So before we post our votes, this is the 4th abeyance request, and I made the comment that we're going to let it go, but this will be the last time. Okay. So your client or you needs to make a decision. Are we going to go forward this application? Do we need to table it? Do we need to withdraw it? Something that, in all fairness to the people it's being notified to, that they see the latest and greatest of what's happening.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairperson. I really appreciate it.
And can I get your name and address?
Yes, Susan Florian from Tenney Engineering, 6030 South Jones Boulevard, here on behalf of the applicant.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries. Okay, moving on to the consent portion of the agenda. Consent items are considered routine by Planning Commission and may be enacted by one motion. However, any item can be discussed if a commission member or applicant so desires. And before we go to vote, I will quickly disclose on item number 8. I own property within the notification area. It doesn't affect me to greater or lesser. I will be voting on the item tonight. Vice Chair.
I'd like to make a motion for approval on the consent items.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, items 7, 8, and 10 are final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 7 days, and item number 9 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you, Director. Moving on to the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with the staff recommendation of approval. All public hearings and non-public hearings should be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Item number 11, 230376 VAC1, applicant Taylor Morrison, owner the Howard Hughes Company, LLC, for possible action on land use entitlement project request for a petition to vacate a portion of right-of-way generally located on Oryx Street between Fleetwing Avenue and Kindle Rise Way, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Item number 12 is going to be heard during the public hearing portion. Item number 13240050 SUP1, applicant BC Buffalo Holdings LLC, owner 401 Buffalo Holdings LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed 4,314 square foot alcohol on-premise full use at 301 North Buffalo Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 14240073 SUP, applicant Jamie Wells, owner Buffalo and Lake Mead Boulevard LLC, for possible action on land use entitlement project request for proposed tattoo parlor body piercing studio use at 7421 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite 1, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 15240092 SUP1, applicant May Daly Boulevard LLC, owner Las Vegas Enclave LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed 3,838 square foot alcohol on-premise full use with a 1,235 square foot outdoor patio area at 2211 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item number 16, 240105 SUP1, applicant Dominic Velasquez, owner R&M Investments 1 LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project for a proposed tattoo parlor body piercing studio at 810 East Sahara Avenue, Suite 4. Staff recommends approval. Ward 3. Item number 17, 240113 SUP, applicant Leo Flangus, owner Rebel Land and Development LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for proposed auto smog check use at 901 North Boulevard Drive, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Item number 18, 240114 SUP, applicant Jack's Bail Bonds, owner Bonneville Center LLC, for possible action on land use entitlement project request for proposed bail bond service use at 600 South 3rd Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item number 19, 240115 VAC1, applicant Chris Paracut, owner Back Lisa LV LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements generally located at the northeast corner of O'Bannon Drive and Lisa Lane, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Item number 240118 SUP, applicant Off the Edge Body Jewelry and Piercing LLC, owner Decatur Oki Plaza LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project for proposed tattoo parlor and body piercing studio use at 1620 South Decatur Boulevard, Suite A, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 21, 0131 SUP, applicant Sin City Inc. LLC, owner Zalak Investments LLC, for possible action on land use entitlement project for proposed tattoo parlor body piercing studio use at 734 East Sahara Avenue, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item number 22, 240136 SUP 1, applicant MK Ventures LLC, owner 5711 Sheila LLC, for possible action on the land use entitlement project request for proposed 5,000 square foot alcohol on-premise use at 2021 East Charleston Boulevard. Staff recommends approval in Ward 3. Item number 23, 240138, applicant owner NP Palace LLC, for possible action on request following land use entitlement projects request at 2411 West Sahara Avenue, Ward 3. Related item 23A, 240138 VAR1, variance to allow a 3,408 square foot freestanding sign where 1,888 square feet is the maximum allowed. Related item 23B, 240138 MSP1, master sign plan for a major amendment to an approved master sign plan, MSP 68152, for an existing hotel casino, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item number 24, 240151, SUP, applicant Latai 2, owner Rancho Plaza Shopping Center, for possible action on a land use entitlement project for a proposed 3,481 square foot alcohol on-premise full use at 2202 West Charleston Boulevard, Suites 3 and 5, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 25, 240163 SUP1, applicant United Coin Machine Co., owner Sunarch Properties LLC, for possible action on land use entitlement project request for a proposed gaming establishment restricted use 1 to 5 machines at 1550 West Oakey Boulevard, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Almost there. Item number 26, 240166 SUP1, applicant Thrive Point High School, owner Meadows Land LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for proposed public or private school secondary use at 3802 Meadows Lane, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 27, 240168 SUP, applicant Clemco Postal Shipping and Printing, owner Farm Road Retail LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for proposed automobile rental use at 8414 Farm Road, Suite 180, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 28, 240172 VAC1, applicant owner Century Communities of Nevada LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project for petition to vacate a roadway slope easement generally located at the southwest corner of Schaumburg Road and West Sky Canyon Park Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 29, 240173 VAC1, applicant owner Century Communities of Nevada LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for petition to vacate a roadway slope easement generally located at the southeast corner of Iron Mountain Road and Sheep Mountain Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And finally, item number 30, 240179 SUP, applicant Inc. Marks the Spot LLC, owner Ambleside Properties LLP, for possible action on a land use entitlement project for a proposed tattoo parlor body piercing studio use at 316 East Bridger Avenue, Suite 201, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. And before I go to the vice chair, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone on the public like to be heard on these items? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and will disclose on item number 18. I do own property within the notification area. It doesn't affect me any greater or less, and I will be voting on it. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, on item number 24, I'm under contract with that particular applicant, so I'll be abstaining on that matter.
Thank you for...
And Mr. Chairman, for item number 30, in addition to Ambleside Properties LLP, we also have La Sahara Retail LLC as an owner of this site as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair?
Through the chair, I'd like to make a motion for approval on all one motion, one vote items 11 through 30, not including item 12.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. That motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, items 11, 13, 14, 20, 24, 28, and 29 will move on to City Council on June 26th. Items 15 through 19, 21 through 23, 25 through 27, and item number 30 are final action tonight unless appealed to the City Clerk in 10 days.
Thank you. And now moving on to the public hearing items. I'm going to be out of order a little bit. I'm going to start with item 47, then I'm going to go to 37, and then to 12. So starting with item 47. '47 is 240090, applicant owner Opportunity Village, for possible action on the following land use entitlement project request on the east side of Thon Boulevard between Rome Boulevard and Deer Springs Way, Ward 6. Related item 47A, 240090, ZON1 from RE to CV. 47B, related item 47B, 240090 SDR1 for proposed 121,705 square foot social services campus, including a one-story, 90-unit multifamily residential complex, a one-story, 14,040 square foot retail building, a one-story, 13,200 square foot multipurpose building, a one-story, 8,678 square foot private clubhouse and private park. Can I get the staff report, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Steve Swanton, Community Development. Staff finds the proposed rezoning to CV Civic and the development as a whole conforms to the general plan for the site, which encourages neighborhoods serving commercial uses and medium-density residential uses near transit facilities. The land will be developed for a public purpose. Rezoning the remnant RE portion of the site will allow the full site to be developed for this purpose. The proposed residential village supports the goals of the Las Vegas 2050 master plan by increasing housing choices for all income levels near existing and new employment centers and serving the needs of vulnerable members of the community by providing supportive housing, skills training, and employment support to its residents. The development is generally consistent with Title 19 and meets residential adjacency standards. Deviations from zoning code provisions related to perimeter landscaping are minor and do not negatively affect the compatibility of the development with adjacent commercial and residential development. Staff therefore recommends approval of the rezoning and the site development plan review, subject to conditions. Please note there were additional documents of protest and support received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair Commissioners. My name is Tracy Brown May. I serve Opportunity Village as its Chief Administrative Officer. Our address is 6050 South Buffalo Drive in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you.
We are very happy to be here to present this item for your consideration this evening. Betty's Village is a residential community designed to meet the needs of individuals who have intellectual, developmental, and other disabilities to be able to live independently in our community. This is a realization that many of our folks have never had the opportunity to even consider until this initial residential community was developed. We do have a functioning example that has been quite successful in the southwest section of the Las Vegas Valley in unincorporated Clark County. Now that we have a tried and true example, we look to additionally develop new residential units in the city of Las Vegas, and you see where the site is adjacent. We are happy to address specific questions relative to this item, as we understand there have been traffic concerns that we're happy to consider, security concerns. I can address many of those, as we have a residential development that will be a gated community where single-story homes are provided for people who have never had the opportunity to live independently prior to this option. They will rent their own apartments, in that many of those people cannot own without losing access to other federal benefits, right? It would be considered an asset. So it's very important that we provide long-term rental options as a way for people to live independently outside of institutional care or other group home settings. The retail component will help us with job development and employment skills development. We have an existing retail location currently. Retail is a great employment option for people who are new to employment skills, so that helps us move people with disabilities into independent living and full-time employment. We also have a vocational skills development for day hab, people who may never be employable, but require a place to go during the day where they can receive skills development, life skills training, and an adult-type daycare setting so that families have an opportunity to go to work and support their family member, like a day respite program. There is also a park scheduled for this site. It is a private park that will be open to public during certain hours. Our security teams will regulate that. We have an existing park in the southwest section of the valley. Again, we've already tried this. And so that we know how to regulate, so we don't have to worry about unhoused individuals moving in, providing security issues, right? All of that is monitored by Opportunity Village and our existing teams currently. But again, we're happy to show you the plans. I'd like to introduce you to Steve Chartrand, who is our Chief Operating Officer and leading this construction effort, Mike Showett, who is our construction manager, and our architect, Brian Henley with KGA.
Thank you, Tracy. And I will walk you quickly through the plans, and if there's any questions you have as we do so, please just let us know.
Brian, can you say your name quickly for the record again?
Yeah, Brian Henley with KGA.
Thank you.
Thank you. Starting with a broad overview of the context here. So our site is this piece right here, and we'll zoom into a larger plan of that in a moment. So that's Rome Boulevard to the south, Tom Boulevard to the west, Deer Springs Way to the north. In green here, you see existing residential uses. That includes some single-family homes as well as group living homes along Decatur to the west. And then in red, you see more commercially oriented areas. That includes the Costco shopping center to the south. And within our property, this red area includes the program services building and the retail building, which you can see we've located adjacent to the other commercial uses. We've located our residential community and our park adjacent to other residential uses. So that was the starting point for the development of the site. Is this the right way up? We'll flip this. Okay, so to orient you again, this is Rome Boulevard to the south, Tom Boulevard to the west, and Deer Springs to the north. There are two entries into the site off of Rome Boulevard and two off of Tom Boulevard. The retail building and the program services building are oriented to Rome Boulevard, facing the commercial development across the street. The park is in the middle. It's contained behind a 6-foot fence with gated entries that are open during public hours and closed after hours for security purposes. The other pink building you see on the plan here is our clubhouse. This serves the residential community of Betty's Village North, providing resident activities during the day. That opens out onto a central landscaped area that serves the residents, and then 22 residential buildings surround a drive loop. As Tracy mentioned, that is also gated for security, and it's a secure, access-controlled residential community. There are a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom apartments for a total of 102 bedrooms within the community, and I'll share here our landscape plan so you can get a sense of the landscape development of the site and the green appearance that's going to develop for the community. And then briefly, I'll just give you a quick look at what these buildings are going to look like. They are all 1-story, single-story buildings, so we're developing at a scale that is respectful of the neighbors is our goal. So here's a look at the retail building, the program services building, the clubhouse, and one of the residential buildings. And let me put up one more to give you a sense of, as an example of what we've done with each of these. So the residential buildings are broken up in scale with different roof lines to feel more like a community of homes as opposed to large-scale multifamily development. So it's really meant to give everyone an individual front door. It's a front porch community. Everybody has a patio in front for a community feel and interaction among the residents for their benefit. And with that, happy to answer any questions. I should touch on one more thing, which is parking. There are 249 parking stalls required for this development. We will be at least 40 stalls over that requirement. And to orient you to where those stalls are and how they're organized, there are approximately 27 stalls right around the front of the retail, 43 stalls in front of the program services. Those are the parking areas that we expect to, on a daily, normal use basis, serve those buildings. There's an additional field of parking of over 100 stalls behind the thrift store that acts as overflow for either of those uses. So that could be if things are busy at a certain time day to day. That also would take effect if there's ever a special event, for example, in the program services building where you might have more traffic than normal. There are places for them to park, and Opportunity Village would, in the event that this parking wasn't enough, would shuttle people to the site. They've done it at their Ingolstadt campus on Buffalo Drive for events that have occurred there, so there would not be street parking on the adjacent streets. And then within the residential community itself, there is adequate parking for those of the residents who do drive, not all of them do, and for visiting care providers and other visitors during the day.
Thank you, Brian. Any other comments before we go to public hearing? No? Okay, thank you. If I could just have you sit back in the first row there. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? If anyone's here for item 47, please come up to the microphones. There's 3 microphones. I see one person. Okay.
Good evening, guys. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you once again. I know that over the course of the years, you've seen many, many people from our neighborhood.
Name and address.
Name is Michael Adams, 6875 Unicorn Street. Every person that I've spoken with, and so we learned a long time ago that you would much rather have one person that is representing instead of having 200 come up and say the exact same thing. Commissioner Shotman, I think we've talked 7 times. Every person in the area that I know of is 100% totally in support of Opportunity Village and this project itself inside the interior. Our concerns are very, very simple. Number one, the obsession with Rome Boulevard. Rome Boulevard on a good day is an absolute nightmare. The traffic assessments and the impact has got to be studied at great detail. It was already done once with the Ovation property, and it is a very poorly maintained 3-lane road that has Costco traffic, their traffic, and a senior center traffic, residential traffic, and now their traffic. So, whereas on the other end, there's absolutely no utilization of the widest road, which is Deer Springs. Absolutely nothing as far as utilization on that side. The one thing that the neighborhood is concerned with, not necessarily we know how to work around that, we're just saying it's going to become a major problem, is what you're going to have is a cut through to get to any of the services or the store off of Tom. So you're going to have a lot of people that are going to be shortcutting. If anything can be done on the design for traffic to try and at least utilize Deer Springs for the residential to try and lessen the impact on Rome Boulevard. The next issue that we run into is the fact that our part of town is a law enforcement ghost town. We have absolutely zero law enforcement presence in that area, non-existent. And we are just concerned with the residents because we know that people with challenges are a very easy target. And because of a lack of law enforcement in our area, which has only gotten worse with the impact of the houses at the top of Decatur, and now we're about to have more houses happening over in Aliante, you're going to have much more saturation with even less non-existent law enforcement in that area. That also goes to fire. We have one fire station, which is over by Aliante, which is basically a doghouse with 2 doors. Now we're adding several hundred more residences on the other side of Aliante with no fire services, or certainly not a fire service that can impact the area. So that's predominantly most of the concerns. We all would love to work with Opportunity Village. We've been looking, those of us that have lived there, I've been living there for 14 years. We have been looking forward to this ever since I moved in. It's just the impact of the area, and not even the impact on us as much as what's going to happen with Rome Boulevard, Tom, and Deer Springs. If anything can be done design-wise, even if it is a utilization of a widening of Rome Boulevard. But as of right now, the traffic impact is going to be a nightmare, as the most subtle word I can use.
Thank you for your comments. Thanks for coming out, Michael. Anyone else in the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing, ask the applicants to come back up, and if you'd like to have a response to the comments you just heard before it goes to the commission, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. Tracy Brown May again for the record. First, I want to say how much we appreciate the neighbors and their long-standing conversation with us. I've been working on this project at that location, I want to say since 2011. And so for us, it's very important that we provide a safe community for all of our neighbors. Opportunity Village has been in our community for 70 years. We pride ourselves on being good neighbors. So we look forward to working on the traffic concerns and are hopeful that this project will move forward. We don't know what that answer looks like, honestly. We have traffic engineers that are working on how do we address some of those issues and items. I know that our team has looked at every possible ingress and egress relative to how do we access. We also want to be respectful of the fact that there's commercial traffic where commercial traffic belongs, and not in residential neighborhoods where commercial traffic doesn't belong. So we want to be cautious about that as well. We will look for your direction with regard to further recommendations. As I spoke with Commissioner Taylor earlier today, we are happy to continue the conversation about how do we best serve the neighborhood. I can assure you, this traffic community is going to be the least impact in traffic in probably any development that would be out in that area. Most of the residents that are going to move in there don't drive. They will never have a driver's license. And so we're going to see small buses in the Regional Transportation Commission that are going to drop off and pick up periodically on a set schedule during daytime hours. So you're not going to have a lot of movement in and out. We have an actual residential community that we can study what does traffic impact really look like in that community, and we look at that on a regular basis. So we know the impacts are going to be low, but the concerns are high, and we want to be respectful of that. We look forward to continuing to work with the residents and the city's recommended traffic solutions.
Thank you, Tracy. I'm going to close the hearing, go to the commission, and one thing I would say before I go to Commissioner Taylor is that it was nice of Mr. Adams to come up and represent a group of people, and then possibly on the way out, if you could connect with him, get his contact info. I know this does go to City Council, so it seems like there could be some good conversation regardless of the outcome of what happens here with the commission. So with that, I'll go to Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, and that is one of the first points that I would say is that no matter what happens here, it is going to go to the City Council. And I do know that Councilwoman Bruni is very interested in trying to schedule another neighborhood meeting. And Mr. Adams, thank you for coming down and for summarizing all of the concerns we've heard from neighbors. I just want to kind of hit a couple of more points because this neighborhood has been really impacted by all of the development and the growth. And I know that and I empathize with the fact that they don't always feel like they're being heard, and that there's not always an understanding of the impact that has happened as things have grown up around their rural estates. And so to that end, I just want to make sure that some of the other questions that I've had from some of these neighbors that we're answering them, and I think you answered some of them. Couple of other things that sort of follow along Michael's comments. I know that and let me just step back and say, I think Opportunity Village is an amazing organization. What you do for vulnerable members of the community, between employment, training, housing, it's just all fantastic. And I'm very excited to see the opportunity for this to be in the Northwest and to provide those services for folks in the Northwest, because I know it's really needed. And I know we're going to get to a good way to fix all of these issues. So just really quickly, I know that you do events. I know there have been concerns about events and overflow traffic. And Brian, thanks for the count on the parking spots. Sounds like you've got a lot in there. But do you have a plan if you were to overflow the 289 spots if you were to have an event?
Thank you for the question. I appreciate the opportunity to respond to that. So as you heard our architect reply earlier, we have an ample number of spots that are in and around our existing development. Historically, what we have done is staff would park in the community, right? So we would utilize all of the existing spaces within our community first, and then we would contract with a third-party valet provider, and that would park our vehicles off-site. So we would seek an agreement with a local business that is perhaps closed, and we would utilize those spaces. That is traditionally what we've done when hosting large events.
Okay, great. And then I know you talked about sort of paratransit buses coming in and out. You would not ever have the full-size RTC buses coming in or out of the community?
Not, the RTC buses would not enter the community. No, they would not be able to navigate the spaces to the best of my knowledge. I don't know about the public bus routes and how that interacts around the exterior of the development, but they would not be inside our community.
Okay. And then you said that it's how many? 102 bedrooms. What would be the anticipation of the number of residents that might live in this community?
That is a great question, right? So if we have 102 bedrooms, 102 bedrooms. I don't know, because we want to encourage people with disabilities to live independently, and that means sometimes they have a relationship that they may not have an opportunity to have when they live at home with mom or dad, or if they live in a group home setting. So what we're trying to do is help people learn how to live independently as adults with minimal supports in our community. So 102 could be 2 people per bed, I would guess. Most of our residents are single units, right? So they're a single person in their unit living independently for their very first time. So that would be an interesting gauge. Now, we have had a family and a baby born at Betty's Village, so there is also that possibility.
Okay. And then just a little more on traffic. So as I'm looking at this map of the community, so it sounds to me like most of the residential traffic would come in and out. The plan would be that most of the residential traffic would come in and out of those egresses, the egress on Tom that's kind of in the center of the project. And your retail or employment traffic would come in and out of the ingress egress that's on Tom closest to Rome and then on and off of Rome. Is that correct?
That is what we would anticipate as people's typical movement, yes.
Okay. And this is maybe something that you can think about as we move towards City Council, but are there opportunities to just be able to kind of cut off that second Tom egress ingress so that you're sort of forcing that residential traffic off Tom instead of off Rome? Doesn't require an answer, just throwing it out there to make sure it's on the record for consideration as you move towards City Council. So,
okay,
we can talk about that more. And then, are you going to have any other large vehicles like delivery trucks, anything like that coming in and out? What are the hours and where would you expect them to go?
Our current existing traffic for the commercial spaces that we have are during our regular operating hours, which is Monday through Friday from 8 to 5, typically speaking. And we're usually closed on the weekends. Now, I understand that the retail store will probably be open on Saturdays. And we do have, is that correct? Yes. Thank you. That is correct. And then we do have loading and unloading for donation pickup and drop off. So we have that located there as well. And that would be a part of how we've sustained the retail store is through donations and community engagement.
Okay. And then let me go really quickly to the questions and the concerns about crime. I know that there was a concern, and you sort of addressed it, about the potential for unhomed members of the community to either, be in the park or be in the community itself, in Betty's Village itself. Tell me a little bit more about your security, how they protect the residents, and how you feel that security might aid in any of the crime concerns in the neighborhood?
Thank you for that question. So safety and security of the population that we serve is paramount. It's part of our reputation as a good community stewards in support of people who have intellectual and developmental disabilities. Now, the security team and risk management are teams that report directly to me, so I have the opportunity to build out our security measures wherever necessary. We do have a wonderful number of team members in-house that are staffed and then trained internally by us. We work cooperatively with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and local law enforcement agencies around the valley. We have a number of cameras. Those are monitored on a regular basis. We have video that we're able to go back. So our teams are monitoring our properties, around the clock to make sure that any incident we have is addressed. Now, we did have a gas siphoning incident just last weekend at the Buffalo and Patrick location. We have identified who the suspect is and identified law enforcement to come in and address that, right? So I think in any situation, we're going to have situations that happen. However, how we address it and how quickly we're able to mitigate that is, I think, going to be important. Knowing that our teams are active and paying attention to our properties to ensure that we don't have unhoused populations that have needs that maybe have not been met, right, which I understand was a concern of some of our residents, as well as other safety and security incidents. Our team is going to manage that in cooperation with local law enforcement.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have sort of two more questions. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the indulgence. I know there was some confusion because we had talked about potentially obeying this to next month, but I just want for the commission to understand what sort of timelines you're operating under and what your sort of crunch was and why that wasn't possible and why we're going to have to just do a lot of work between now and City Council.
Thank you. I appreciate the question and the opportunity to get that on the record, Commissioner Taylor. Opportunity Village is in receipt of a $5 million ARPA grant thanks to the governor. And we have a commitment to the governor's finance office and the governor himself that we will expend that money by the end of December of this 2024 year. In order for us to do that, we need to keep this construction project moving forward while we work to address the items of concern with regard to traffic. We'll continue to do that. And then an additional redraw of the site was an additional expense that was outside of our scope. This is a $58 million project that has been fundraised and will be paid for with primarily private dollars, and that we have brought in $5 million where necessary, right? So this is not public dollars outside of that federal ARPA award that has a time limit on it. We're very pleased that we have been able to fundraise in order to do it, which is why we have not broken ground earlier. We prefer not to have mortgages on our properties. It's how we're able to provide sustainable services to people who have high needs. So that's why we're here with you today.
Okay, great. And then I guess I've got a question for Ms. Paskey or Mr. Nordby if they're here to talk about the traffic specifically from the city perspective. One of the things that I have been doing for the past couple days, hi Joe, is trying to figure out what some easy solutions are that don't require that redraw and that delay. So, Mr. Nordby, could you please let the commission know what we've talked about and what your potential solution is, at least initially?
Yeah, Joseph Norby, Deputy Public Works Director, City Traffic Engineer for the record. Appreciate the opportunity to come forward and speak. As City Traffic Engineering, Transportation Engineering Division, we're obviously very concerned about traffic and traffic loading. We're respectful of neighbors. We're respectful for developments that come in and the impact that that has. So as we've looked at this site, we've looked at what that does to the surrounding area, and I think one of the solutions that maybe we've come up with is work with Opportunity Village to look at access management along Rome and to be able to see what we can do to help mitigate their access, but also lessen it to the degree that we can, the impact to the adjacent residential neighborhoods.
And when you say access management, what we talked about was specifically a median, correct?
So median type islands, yeah, or other physical barrier that would restrict access out of sites, be that Costco, Opportunity Village, or the Ovation site, as well, to be able to better direct traffic to where we want it to go.
Okay. And my understanding is in order to do that, there would need to be some allocation of expense on that, and you would run that access control from Tom to Decatur along Rome with the idea that the frontage for Opportunity Village would be, the cost would be borne by Opportunity Village, correct?
Correct. That's our typical how we would operate that.
And then to do that, there would be an additional condition placed, and I understand Mr. Pete has some language for that.
Sure. To the chair, if I can add that now, if you'd like me to read it in. Sure. So condition number 12 of item 47B 24009 SDR1 would read, construct half-street improvements on Deer Springs Way, Town Boulevard, and Rome Boulevard adjacent to this site, concurrent with development of this site. The curb line of Deer Springs Way and Rome Boulevard shall match the existing curb lines on those streets. Town Boulevard may be constructed in general compliance with Title 1904-2000. And then this is the added part. Additionally, construct a median in Rome Boulevard to the satisfaction of the city traffic engineer to address access management. And then the condition is the same as is on the record. All existing paving damaged or removed by this development shall be restored at its original location and to its original width, concurrent with development of this site.
Okay, great. Ms. Brown-May, is that condition acceptable, that added condition about bearing the cost of a median?
Yes,
okay,
thank you.
Great. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence. I don't have any other questions.
Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Mr. Chair, two quick questions through you. First is for Mr. Pyatt. I know that we had a project here in the past couple of years adjacent to this site where we had some queuing issues with Costco, which was backing up Rome, and I think the Public Works was going to go back and take a look at that. Do you recall if Public Works was ever able to look at their queuing, get the Costco re-queued at the fuel pumps to free up traffic on Rome?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I know it's not really part of this agenda item, but we have seen a site plan for Costco where they're kind of modifying their pumps and potentially adding pumps, so that would help. And we have, I know the city traffic engineers here also talk about, we've done some extensive review of Rome in general, and the one thing I think to note is that right now Rome is a half street, and when the affordable housing came in at the northwest corner of Rome and Decatur, it was also half street, and it is currently a half street and will be under construction. So it might look kind of bad for a while as they're constructing on what is only a half street. But when it is ultimately built, you'll have a full street from a full width street from Decatur to Tom, and that should alleviate some of. You have a full turn lane, and we'll be able to put medians in. It should be able to improve the traffic management on Rome.
Okay, thank you very much. And one question for fire. I know that we were talking about a few fire stations being planned, and it was brought up tonight. Could you tell me what's in the neighborhood and currently, and what's to come?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, through you. There is currently proposed, don't have a time frame on when they would be built, but we do have current plans for fire station on Ann and Jones approximately, and Iron Mountain and Jones. And then we do also have mutual aid with North Las Vegas, and they have two fire stations, Fire Station 55 and 56, which are both within about a mile and a half of the proposed site.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Taylor, before we go to a vote, I will say, Rome before Opportunity Village there, that's obviously a problem, just as I think Michael Adams brought up and said. And I think Costco is the missing piece of the conversation I realize it's not on the agenda tonight, but that's the one thing between pumps and circulation of those deliveries with their loading docks that, as a group, including with the people that live in the neighborhood, should have a conversation about between now and City Council. But I will be supporting the application.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, and yes, I mean, Costco is kind of the missing piece, but it's also not before us, and they're not subject right now to the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission, unfortunately, and so you all have the application, and that's why you get all these questions. But I feel confident that between now and City Council, there will be continued work with the neighbors, there will be continued discussions, and I really appreciate all of the time that the city staff has given to me over these past couple days and that you guys have put in And I'm looking forward to having this get all worked out so we can have these incredible services up in the Northwest. And with that, on item 47, 24-0090, I'd like to make a motion to approve 47A and 47B.
So motion on the floor, please cast your votes.
As amended, with the amended condition.
Is that as amended?
As amended with the condition. Thank you. Thank you, Lucy. And please just check in again with Mr. Adams on your way out. So you
And
guys
that
can
motion
continue the
carries.
conversation.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, that item will move on to City Council on June 26th.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 37. It's abeyance 24010 MSP1 applicant, Clark County School District owner, School Board of Trustees for possible action on land use entitlement, project request for proposed wall sign within the animated LED display and existing wall signage at an existing public primary school at 7350 Tealwood Street, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed animated LED wall sign does not meet Title 19 residential protection standards for illuminated signage. Although the sign is relatively small in size, it is directly visible from single-family residential properties along Tealwood Street. Staff therefore recommends denial of the master sign plan request, subject to conditions if approved. And note there were additional documents of support and protest received after the original publication.
Thank you. Can you use your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Paulette Marshall, Clark County School District 1180 Military Tribute Place, 89074. This project is a proposed new animated wall sign at Betsy Road Elementary School and is similar in size and scope to other school sign projects previously approved by this commission. I'd like to thank Commissioner Taylor for her questions and concerns about the neighbor issues, and to confirm for the record, should there be any issues with the sign in the future, the first point of contact will be the principal. The principal has autonomy over their school and will be able to address any issues that come up. With that said, the district would appreciate an approval. We've read and agreed to staff's conditions, including the additional one for the sign to be turned off from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Thank you for your time and attention, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Paulette. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard in this item? Item number 37. Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marshall, for your work on this. Since you've put into the record that first access point for any concerns is the principal, and the making the sign dark in those hours, I don't have any further questions, and I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, we would like to read in that condition for the sign lighting.
Thank you, Ms. Adams.
Please.
Finally got my mic on, sorry. Mr. Chairman, that condition to be added is the wall sign shall not be illuminated between the hours of 9 o'clock p.m. to 6 o'clock p.m. daily.
Thank you. And you agree to that
6
condition?
a.m. Did I say?
We agree.
6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor?
Okay, thank you. Sorry for being a little out of order there. So I would like to make a motion to approve item number 37, application 24-0101.
With the amended condition.
With the amended condition. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. So motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
And that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you. Going back to item number 12, that was on the one motion, one vote that would be heard during the public forum. Is the applicant here for number 12? 230663 SUP1, applicant Alex Diaz, owner West Point Investment Co., LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for proposed auto parts new and rebuilt use at 4530 East Charleston Boulevard, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Is the applicant here for item number 12 tonight? I don't see the applicant. Commissioner Schlotman, did you want to trail this item? Okay, yeah, it's my understanding, I'm hearing there's an overflow room. If item number 12, Mr. Diaz, Alex Diaz, if you're in there, your item is up. We could trail this.
We can trail it.
Okay, we're going to trail this. All right, thank you. All right, there we go. I'm going to need the staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the subject suite previously operated as a tire shop, and staff finds the proposed auto parts, new and rebuilt, is compatible with the existing shopping center, which contains a variety of sales and services, and is recommending approval of the special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll need your name and address for the record, please.
We are here, but we're waiting for somebody else, the right person to speak with you guys, because we don't speak a lot of English. But I think the guy didn't show up to us here.
Okay, so if you could pull the mic a little bit closer to you, just so I think what you said is you were waiting for someone to help to show up. Okay.
Because there's a lot of people outside, I think he didn't show up on time.
Okay. Was that from the city? Someone was going to show up, or was
exactly one from the city?
Okay. Yeah, okay, so we're going to trail your item, so if you want to just sit back here in the front row for a bit, and we're going to try to find that person to help out.
I think his name is Christian Gates.
Okay. We will look for Christian, and if I can just have you sit there, we're going to go on with the agenda, and I'll call you back up when we get someone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We are headed to item number 32 in the public hearing portion of the agenda. It's abeyance 230661, applicant Schulman Development, owner Union Pacific Railroad Company, for possible action on the following land use entitlement project request at the northeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and Grand Central Parkway, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Related item 32A, abeyance 230661, SUP for proposed 4,770 square foot alcohol on-premise full use. Related item 32B, abeyance 230661 SUP2 for proposed mixed-use development. Related item 32C, abeyance 230661 VAC1, petition to vacate public right-of-way generally located at the northeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and Grand Central Parkway. And related item 32D, abeyance 230661 SDR1 for proposed 5-story, 275-unit mixed-use development with 43,810 square feet of commercial space with waivers of Appendix F interim downtown Las Vegas development standards. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed development is consistent with the Las Vegas 2050 Master Plan objectives for downtown Las Vegas and the Vision 2045 Downtown Las Vegas Master Plan objectives for the Civic and Business District. The requested waivers of downtown development standards are generally consistent with the character of surrounding buildings. Staff supports the proposed vacation of public right-of-way. However, a condition of approval will require a provision of a minimum 15-foot wide maintenance access road adjacent to the Charleston Boulevard right-of-way to facilitate future city maintenance needs along Charleston Boulevard. The proposed alcohol use meets all minimum special use requirements, special use permit requirements, and is compatible with the adjacent land uses. Staff therefore recommends approval of all requests subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I go to the applicant, I will disclose that I do have property within the notification area. It doesn't affect me any greater or lesser, and I will be voting on this application tonight. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. Liz Olson, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, Schulman Development. This is a 6-acre piece of property. We're located directly on the corner of Charleston and Grand Central Parkway. We're zoned PD, and we're in Area 1 of the Downtown Master Plan Overlay. We are requesting a special use permit for a mixed-use development, which will include 275 apartments, a restaurant with alcohol use, and a health club that would be open to the public. We have a total of 3 buildings with our open space in the center. The majority of our parking is situated in an internal parking garage on the western side of the property, surrounded by units. We have access off of both Iron Horse and Grand Central. We are requesting a vacation of a portion of the landscaping that's within that right-of-way of Grand Central here, as you can see in the hashed area, as well as a portion of Iron Horse here. We believe that this will be a tremendous asset to this corner, not only for additional housing, but also additional rooftops for the retail in the area. We appreciate staff's recommendation of approval. I would like to also have a big thank you to both Public Works and Planning. They have had several meetings with us to coordinate the construction of the UPRR project that is down the road, so we really appreciate that. But otherwise, again, we appreciate staff's recommendation, and we believe this will be a great project for the corner, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing, go to the commission, to Commissioner Rogan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I think this is a great project. It's an appropriate site. I think it's taking one of these big parcels of land that's just ripe for development in the downtown area. And I think it'll be a tremendous asset for the neighborhood. I'm hopeful in the future there'll be greater walkability connections from that site down to the Arts District and further on to the downtown area. Hopefully we'll see that in the next few years after your project's built. So unless there's any other comments, oh yes, I forgot, Commissioner Taylor has some comments too.
Commissioner Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Rogan. Thank you, Ms. Olson. I, too, think that this is a great location for this type of a development, and it's going to be nice to see that filled in. My question for you, within this 275-unit building, are any of those units going to be dedicated to affordable housing, workforce housing, or any of the other bonus structures that are available under 19.17 and the incentive structure in the code?
Thank you, Commissioner. Unfortunately, right now, with the financing available, that's not an option for us. That's not to say that it may not be in the future with the change of economy, but we're more than happy to continue to look at that. Unfortunately, not at this time, though.
Yeah, I will say that I think that it's a missed opportunity because of where it's located. You know, you're right by downtown for all those service workers. You're right by the medical district. And we know that, as we heard from my Opportunity Village item, the 2050 master plan calls for the development of housing that will accommodate all income levels. And, you know, since it's smack in the middle of commercial, there wouldn't be concerns from neighbors. And so I do think it's a great project, but I also think it's a tremendous missed opportunity. And I'm saddened to hear that that was not something that your client could try to make pencil for the benefit of our working Las Vegans. But thank you for the answer.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogan?
Thank you for those comments, Commissioner Taylor. It's always great to have those conversations up here. Ms. Olson, on behalf of your client, you accept all the conditions in the staff report?
Yes, thank you.
All right. With that, I'll make a motion for approval of agenda item 32, project number 230661, 32A through 32D, subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion, a blanket motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries, and it's my understanding this goes on to the 6/26 City Council hearing meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item number 33, abeyance 240033 VAR1, applicant owner Ivan Sanchez, for possible action on land use entitlement project to allow a 12-foot corner side yard setback where 15 feet is required, a 2-foot separation from the primary dwelling where 6 feet is required, a 0-foot rear yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing residential accessory structure, a 0-foot rear yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing residential accessory structure, a 0-foot yard setback where 3 feet is required, and a 0-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing residential accessory structure, a chicken coop, and a total accessory structure coverage of 63% of the primary dwelling floor area where 50% is the maximum allowed, and to allow residential accessory structures to not be aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling unit where such is required at 2401 Howard Drive, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this request is the result of a code enforcement case for structures built without permits. As there is no hardship related to the site's physical characteristics that would warrant deviation from Title 19 requirements, Staff recommends denial of the variance subject to conditions if approved.
Thank you. Is the applicant here for 13? If I could get your name and address for the record, please.
Name is Ivan Sanchez, 24 One Howard Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Can you tell us about the application?
Yeah, well, this is the second time I'm here, but the structure that it was all like on the big side structure is no longer there. We took it down. You guys sent out the inspectors, and they, we both came to the idea to, it's supposed to be tore down. So we got tore down. They inspect the rest of the properties and stuff like that. They said they were going to pass to you guys all the information. So everything, he said that everything was fine. The back porch, they said it was structurally safe and all that stuff like that. So that passed, and there was no longer there's no longer the structure. So it's just like an empty space in there.
Okay. Well, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on item number 33? Seeing no one, I'll go to the commission. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chair, through you. So this was an item I asked to hold with in abeyance for 60 days. That way we could have Mike Giordano with Building and Safety and Jerry with Building and Safety go out and take a look, meet with you.
Yeah.
So the structure you're talking about is a structure that actually faces onto eucalyptus?
Yes.
Okay. So I spoke to Mike Giordano earlier, and he was telling me that that structure would come down, but you're telling me you already took it down, so thanks for being proactive with that.
Yeah.
I didn't have as big of a problem with your chicken coop in the backyard.
No.
I don't think it's that visually appealing, but you're the only one that's going to have to look at that chicken coop in your backyard.
We're actually looking for a permit for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he also did tell me that the structure in the back looked like it was the one that was attached to the house looked like it was built to some sort of standard. You're still going to have to get a building permit if approved, and go through the process, have them come out and do a final sign off on that. And the other structures are below your fence line for the most part.
Yeah.
And if I look at an aerial photo of all your neighbors, they pretty much have the same. My biggest issue was one that was facing the street that looked unsightly and unsafe. So thank you for taking care of that.
We came to a conclusion that it was, it was old and out of. So we rather just took it all off, and after it's all been done and said, we are going to possibly build something else in there. But now, the legally way that with permits and stuff like that.
Yeah, a lot easier if you get the permits up front, and then everything, and then you don't have to come see us, hopefully.
Yeah.
So if I could ask, through you, Mr. Chair, if I could ask planning to kind of help me out with striking whatever conditions we need to strike to...
So, Mr. Chairman, through you, there would be an amended condition number 1, and we would just change the approval part to denied. So we would say a variance is hereby denied to allow a 2-foot separation from the primary dwelling where 6 feet is required, a 12-foot corner side yard setback where 15 feet is required, and a 0-foot rear yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing residential accessory structure, in brackets, casita.
Okay. And considering that he's already tore down the structure, code enforcement will be able to go out and verify this, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, through you, this is a SHIFT program participant, so they are getting assistance with removal of the structures that can't be permitted, and they will also help them obtain the building permits needed.
Okay, amazing. Thank you. Are you in agreement with all the conditions of approval with the amended condition? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion through you.
Please do.
On item number 3, I move to approve subject to staff's conditions, and the amended condition number 1 is read into the record by staff.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries. And question for staff, does that go on to City Council, or is that final action today?
I was thinking that was...
Yep. Through you, Mr. Chair, this is final action.
Is final action?
Unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Okay, so it will be final action unless appealed within 10 days.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez. Okay, moving on to item number 35. Abeyance 240043, VAR1, applicant owner Jaime Gamera and Serena Gamera for possible action on the land use entitlement project to request to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing residential structure, accessory structure, to allow a 1-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing residential accessory structure, to allow a 5-foot separation from the primary dwelling where 6 feet is required for an existing residential accessory structure carport, and to allow existing residential accessory structures, carport and middle shed, to not be aesthetically compatible with the primary dwelling where such is required at 6224 Budnick Circle, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, and that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing to maintain multiple residential accessory structures that do not comply with minimum setback, separation, and aesthetic compatibility requirements. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the variance. Thank you.
Can I get your name and address for the
Hi,
record,
good
please?
evening. Serena Gamari, 6224 Budnick Circle, 89130.
Thank you, Serena.
Jaime Gamari,
Jaime.
same address.
Thank you, Jaime. Can you tell us about the application, please?
Yes, we've been into residence for the last 19 years.
Can you bring the mic just a little bit closer before you have a little...
No worries. We've been into residence for the last 19 years. The casita came with the residence when we moved in. We added a carport about 8 years ago. I did speak to Commissioner Anthony Williams today. He came by the residence to view the property.
Yes.
Yes. And we spoke, and we made a compromise because the casita doesn't have a lot of percentage close to the wall. We could keep the casita, but remove the carport and look for something that would be more pleasable to everyone.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard on item number 35 from the public? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and go to Vice Chair Williams on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Mr. Gamari's point, I did go out a few weeks back and meet at the residence, and the agreement is they're going to remove the carport there on the front because it is not compatible with the rest of the home. And they are currently working with the SHIFT program as well for permitting on the rest of for building permits on the rest of the structures. They are compatible, actually harmonious and compatible with the primary residence, so I'm okay with that. And unless there's further commentary, I'd like to make a motion.
Vice Chair, is there a time frame on the carport?
Yeah, we're gonna agree to 90 days on that. And so that would be through staff. That'd be a new condition we can add to have it removed within 90 days.
Mr. Chairman, yes, we would need to edit condition of approval number 1. So that would read, a variance is hereby denied to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing residential accessory structure carport. And then we would add a condition that would state the carport shall be removed within 90 days of final approval.
And you do agree with those conditions?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So at this time, I'd like to make a motion for approval on item 24-0043 VAR1, subject to staff's added condition, and we do agree with those conditions.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, that item will move on to City Council on June 26th, and we are ready for item number 12 whenever you want to bring that one back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On item number 12, gentlemen, if you could come back up, please. This was 230663 SUP1, applicant Alex Diaz, owner West Point Investment Co. LLC, for possible action on land use entitlement project request for proposed auto parts new and rebuilt use at 4530 East Charleston Boulevard, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Did we have the staff report previously? I believe we did, right? Can I get your names and address for the record, please?
Alex Humberto Diaz.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz.
So, Mr. Chairman, Seth Floyd for the record. I think what we'll do on this one is we'll sort of treat it like the one motion, one vote. What we just need the applicant, Mr. Diaz, to agree to the conditions, because that's what we were missing.
You're
That's why
missing
it
the
was pulled off.
document. Okay.
That's right. And once he agrees to those conditions, you can make a motion and vote.
Okay, so Mr. Diaz, this was on the one motion, one vote. If you agree with the conditions that are within there, we can take this to a vote right afterwards.
Sí, estás en acuerdo con las condiciones.
Correcto, sí.
Sí, diga.
Sí, estoy de acuerdo.
You do? Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on item number 12? Seeing no one, I will close it and go to the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is in my ward, and I think it fits within the neighborhood of where it's being located, as it was put on the one motion, one vote. So I'm ready to make a motion. On item 12, 23-0663, SUP1, and move to approve subject to staff's conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
And that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you much.
Okay, we are trailing 38 and 39, which I think everyone's here for. And we're going to go to item number 40. Items 40A through B. 23063, applicant owner Marcus Allen for possible action on the following land use entitlement project request at 845 West Bonanza Road, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Related item 40A, 230363 SUP1 for proposed 5,048 square foot alcohol on-premise full use with 4,619 square feet of outdoor seating area. Related item 40B, 230363 SDR1 for proposed parking lot reconfiguration. Can we have the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the surrounding existing and future land uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Ricky Barlow, LV Access, representing the applicant, Marcus Allen.
Thank you, Ricky.
All right. Address 2222 West Bonanza, Las Vegas.
Great. Would you like to tell us about the application?
Yes. First and foremost, I want to thank you all, and specifically staff, for working with us on this application. Mr. Allen has been a long-term business person in this community, native of this community, and is doing a wonderful job as far as redeveloping this specific section of Las Vegas, and in particular the historic West Las Vegas community. And upon purchasing this building approximately a year and a half ago, he's been looking at opportunities to really tackle the 100 plan in action that the council representative has in place, and taking advantage of the 100 plan. I believe this specific application before you aligns very well. This application is the Talk of the Town Tavern, which will be a newly established upscale sports bar with a sophisticated atmosphere, offering a wide selection of beers, wines, and spirits. The tavern will feature a comfortable lounge-style interior with television monitors throughout, creating a welcoming environment for those seeking a fun, lively, and entertaining experience in a sports bar setting. The food and beverage menu will also showcase high-quality, freshly made selections with conservative portions of competitive prices, made selections here inside of this venue. The Talk of the Town aims to establish a reputation throughout this valley for excellence, outstanding customer service, and an exciting atmosphere with a real value. We eagerly anticipate the feedback and support from the City of Las Vegas Planning and Development, as well as the Planning Commission, as we prepare to provide an incredible fun-filled experience for future customers and the customer base. Joining me here at the podium is the proprietor, Mr. Marcus Allen, should you have any follow-up questions for either of us. Additionally, we ask that you follow staff's recommendation for final approval of item 40 on tonight's agenda. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on item number 40? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and go to Vice Chair Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I have no issues with this project, and unless there's further commentary, ready to make a motion?
Please do.
I'd like to make a blanket motion on item 23-0363A and B. Motion for approval subject to staff's conditions. Mr. Barlow, you do agree with staff's conditions?
We do.
Okay, motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
And my screen shut down. You can record me as a yay, and if I can get some assistance getting my screen back up and going.
Okay, we have a yay vote for Commissioner Schlottman, and that motion will carry.
And that item is final action. Let's appeal to the city clerk in 10 days.
Okay, thank you so very much. And I'm not sure if Mr. Allen, if you all had any questions, if Mr. Allen had anything he wanted to share.
I'm fine. Marcus Allen, 845 West Bonanza. I would like to thank the commission for actually voting and thinking and welcoming us over to the historical West Las Vegas. While I was born at, I'm originally from 89106. I was born when it was the west side, not just the historical west side. And I want to welcome everybody back who moved away to come back and have a good time back where we was raised and brought up from. Thank you, guys.
Thank
Appreciate
Mr.
you.
Allen.
God bless you.
God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, moving on to item number 41, 24002 VAR1 applicant Alex Aquino, owner Alex Hernandez Aquino and Gladys Hernandez, for possible action on land use entitlement project request to allow a 7-foot corner side yard setback where 15 is required for an existing patio cover to extend into the front yard setback area where such is not allowed, a 12-foot corner side yard setback where 15 feet is required for an existing residential accessory structure, a shed, and to allow existing residential accessory structure carport to not be aesthetically compatible with the primary dwelling where such is required at 2740 Harris Avenue, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this request is the result of a code enforcement case for structures built without permits. As there is no hardship related to the site's physical characteristics, staff recommends denial of the variance subject to conditions if approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Larry Sanchez, 7844 Sorenbrook Street, representing the homeowner.
Thank you, Larry. Can you tell us about the application?
Yes. The property owner built this, unfortunately, without a permit. We're in the process of getting building permits, but we are encroaching into the side setback of 15 feet off of Effinger, and then we're approaching into the front setback off of Harris of 50 feet, where we're about 30 feet away from that. The reason why the patio cover was built was primarily to provide some shade around the property. It gets too hot. It's one of those things that they could hope that they can beautify the structure, and we're just asking for guidance from staff.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sanchez. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and go to Commissioner Schlottman.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. When I first started reading this, I thought it was a repeat of something that we already heard, but it was one of the neighbors that we heard, and so I was familiar with this neighborhood. And look, I think it's, you built the shed going, not shed, it's like a porch all the way around the property, and you did a pretty good job with integrating the roof into this porch. And the backyard, it looks like you have artificial turf and a very clean backyard. Probably one of the cleanest yards within the whole neighborhood, within the whole 3 or 4 blocks. And so the only place it looked like it was in maybe a little bit of a disrepair was the frontage where the city's redoing the streets. So I don't hold that against y'all. So it's not bad. I mean, and seeing what everything else is going on in that neighborhood, it's one of the nicest. So for those reasons, I can get behind this. Do y'all agree with all of staff's conditions?
Yes, we do. Also, for the record, Commissioner, we have 4 letters from adjacent neighbors that we'd like to share that are in support
please,
of this.
Let's give it to the clerk.
Yeah, start with that, Larry.
Yeah.
Sorry, you guys make me nervous. There's a lot of people out there.
Yeah.
I've never seen so many people in my life. I didn't think I was going to get in.
This is every Tuesday.
Yeah. I've been here 13 years and I've never seen it this busy. So, but All right, and you do realize you'll have to go through and get permits and not...
Yeah, we're in the process of that. We're almost approved as a structural engineer. I took it as far as I can, but the distance was the thing that threw us off, and I thought they were going to be fine, but there's different corners and setback distances, so that's why we're here.
Perfect. Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
Item 41, 24-002, VAR1, a move to approve subject to staff's conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries. Is that going to be final action?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is final action tonight unless approved to the city clerk within 10 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 42, 24-0009 VAR1, applicant owner Alfonso E. Salinas for possible action on a land use entitlement project to allow a 1-foot separation from the main building where 6 feet is required for an existing residential accessory structure, a detached patio cover at 2817 Sing Song Way, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the physical characteristics of the property have been presented to warrant the requested variance. Therefore, staff is recommending denial. Please note an additional letter of protest was received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Kayla Eustaquio. The address is 2817 Sing Song Way.
Thank you. Would you like to tell us about the application?
Yes, I'm representing my father. He is the one that built the structure with the help of other family members. The shade structure is literally just a shade structure. It's not intended to be any kind of residential building or anything. There's no plans for any kind of electrical work or plumbing. Well, actually, yeah, we're going to build a ceiling fan once we're done with the rest. We were not able to meet any of the setback requirements because the yard is just simply too small. We had no space whatsoever. And there are plans to make it as aesthetically compatible to the main building as much as we can.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone for the public like to be heard on item number 42? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and go to Vice Chair Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be honest with you, I'd like to see if we could get a 30-day abeyance on this item. Looking at it and looking at the plans, I think it's one of those that I'd really like to meet with the resident and go out and see it. So would you be opposed to a 30-day abeyance, and I'll reach out and come out and look at the project?
No, not at all.
All right. Okay. What is our, through the chair, I'd like to ask staff, what's the next date next month for the Planning Commission meeting?
June 11th.
All right. 18th?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, through you, it should be June 18th.
Got it. All right, so I'd like to make a motion on item 24-0009 VAR1, motion for abeyance to the June 18th Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor for abeyance. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
And that item will move on to City Council on June 26th.
I think it's
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. It's a day. Gosh, Trinity, there you go. There's your...
All right, moving on to item number 43, 24, that was a test, 0044 VR1, applicant Ermi Mina Rodriguez, owner Eusebio Mina Zuleta and Ermi J. Mina Rodriguez for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow a 2-foot rear yard setback where 15 is required for an existing addition to a primary dwelling, a 3-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing addition to a primary dwelling, and to allow an existing patio cover to extend into the required front yard setback where such is not allowed at 6905 Pony Circle, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this request is the result of a code enforcement case citing unpermitted additions within required setbacks. As there is no hardship related to the site's physical characteristics, staff recommends denial of the variance subject to conditions if approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Hermie Mena, 6905 Pony Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89145.
Thank you, Ermi. Would you like to tell us about the application?
So basically, the porch was already, when I bought the house in 2010, it was already made. So I just basically changed the roof. It was like kind of sink, so I made it like kind of look like the color of the original roof from the house. And then the extension, it was initially made because, you know, my girlfriend, my fiance moved in, and also we got she got a nephew who is special needs, and we don't have the property. All the roof is on the second floor, and we don't have anything in the bottom floor. So basically, we just use the garage to extend the room and, you know, have the nephew when they come in for the you know, physical therapy and stuff like that, to treat them, and, you know, to have it as a room with the room has a bathroom and stuff underneath, you know, in the first floor, because we didn't have anything on the first floor. So so that was basically the whole idea, the reason that we got this extension. We didn't know of any of the requirements, like how many feet we needed and stuff like that. So, you know, we did it the best we could. So.
Okay, you wanted to say something? I just need your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Sofia. So he's my fiance. So he stayed here for me, my father. I'm so sorry, but I don't know if maybe you can see the camera.
We can't. If you go to the middle of the square, the other way, well, we can see that. There you go.
So he's my nephew. Before almost 2 years, my sister passed away. So my boyfriend, he helped me because we need a good space for my nephew for the therapy. So my culture and Latinos all the time stay together. But me, it's very crazy and difficult too, because my boyfriend, he's good man, he helped me. My nephew, he need a small one in a space for different therapy and for physical therapy. So now we don't come in here and don't stay here now. I had too much nervous because it's too much people. But I'm staying here not for big construction, not for business. It's only for help. I'm a nephew. I'm coming here and speak with you. Please help me, because this is not for business. Business is only for my nephew. Okay. You ask me what happened for my rest of the family. We don't have no
and
more
Sophia,
family.
I need to keep this to like a land use application with this specific thing and why
So
we're here. But
I show you that because I understand all the people stay here.
yeah, I appreciate the videos, but we have to stick with the land use portion of why we're here. Was there anything else you wanted to? Sophia, can I get your last name, please?
My last name?
Sophia's.
Ticas.
Ticas. Thank you. Okay, was there anything else you wanted to add specific to what you've already added?
Basically just any recommendation that you have, you know, we here to just follow through with anything you got to say.
Thank you, Ermi. Okay, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on item number 43? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and go to Commissioner Rogan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Folks, I was going to be quite honest with you. I was going to deny your application tonight, or move for denial. I think that your back bedroom is way too close to the property line. And I see that you have other options here. You added an addition for a study and a storage space that you could use for your nephew rather than as a study. And so I'm very much leaning in that direction, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to come out and meet with me and convince me that I'm wrong. But that's a very high burden for you right now. So I'm going to give you the option. I can either move for denial tonight, and you can take your chances with City Council later on, or you can meet with me and we can continue this 30 days.
I'll meet with you.
Okay. Good choice. With that, I will make a motion on agenda item 43, project 24-0044 VAR1. I move to obey this item to the June 18th Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogan. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote for abeyance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that motion carries. Nothing needed, Director Floyd. Yeah. All right, moving on to item number 44. 44A and B, 240054 applicant Quick Quack Car Wash, owner Vista Bonanza LLC, for possible action on the following land use entitlement project request at the south side of Bonanza Road, approximately 365 feet west of Land Boulevard, Ward 3. Related item 44A, 240054 SUP1 for proposed car wash, full service, or auto detailing use. Related item 44B, 240054 SDR1 for a proposed 3,588 square foot full service car wash development with a waiver of perimeter landscape buffer requirements. Staff recommends approval, and this is in Ward 3. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed car wash use meets Title 19 minimum special use permit requirements and can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with commercial land uses and residential mobile home park on adjacent properties. Staff finds the requested waiver of perimeter landscape buffer width along a portion of the east property line to be minor in nature. Approval of the proposed special use permit is therefore recommended, subject to conditions. And please note there were additional documents of protest received after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name's Don Shively. I'm with Quick Quack. My address is 6020 West Oaks Boulevard, Rockland, California, 95765.
Thank you, Don. Can you tell us about the application?
Yes, Quick Quack is grateful for the staff's recommendation and their comments on it. We have reviewed the conditions of approval with it and support that. Quick Quack is one of the 5 largest car washes in the country. We are an express car wash. We have a lot of fans. I brought some of them with me tonight that are here, and I want to thank them for that. I also contacted the media as well, and maybe they're here as well. But I think that there's a lot of excitement for us to be here, and we are very interested in being part of the Las Vegas community.
Thank you, Don. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard on item number 44? Seeing no one, I will close it and go to Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chair, through you. This is in my ward, and I think it's appropriate. There's not a saturation of car washes. There are the old school car washes with the wands, but these automatic car washes, there's not a lot within that neighborhood. I think it fits perfect right on Bonanza, so you'll be seeing my support on this. So if there's no other questions, Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Please do. And
do you agree with all of staff's conditions of approval?
Yes.
Okay. On item 44, 24-0454, or 0054, 44A, 24-0054 SUP1, and 44B, 24-0054 SDR1. Move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. That motion carries.
And that is final action once appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank
Does it need to go to the city council tonight? Is that what they said?
It's final action tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 45, 240066 Vieira 1, applicant owner Joseph McDevitt, for possible action on the land use entitlement project to allow a proposed 7-foot tall solid wall and a 6-foot tall iron fence in the front yard where 5 feet with a 2-foot solid base is the maximum allowed at the northeast corner of Oakey and Westwood Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the physical characteristics of the property has been presented to warrant the requested variance. Therefore, staff is recommending denial. And note, there were additional letters of support and protest received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, Joseph McDevitt, 1625 Westwood Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you.
All right.
Would you like to tell us about the application?
Yeah, absolutely. This lot that I'm proposing to put this wall up on is adjacent to our property. It was owned by the Nevada DOT, put up for auction. We bid it, and were successful at that. There was a lot of breakthroughs in that fence that was there, and we would like to prevent that by putting a wall. This is neighboring the Scotch 80s community. So the wall at 5 foot wouldn't really prevent people from breaking through. It's easy to jump a 5-foot wall. We'd like it to be 7. All of the surrounding walls are 7 in the community. I have a couple of pictures here. And what's needed to know is Westwood Drive is not a through street. As much of the Scotch 80s is blocked off by gates, so is that. That is what the wall will be connected to. That is the other side of that gate. This is the empty lot. This gate is 7 foot 4 inches tall. To put a 5-foot wall across and attach it to a 7 foot 4 inch tall gate would not be very reasonable. And this wall across the street, which has the same frontage to Oki, is also 7 foot 4 inch. So we're just looking to continue it. It'll look better. It'll be more preventative from break-ins through the neighborhood. We think it's a good use.
Thank you, Mr. McDevitt. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and go to Commissioner Rogan.
Thanks. Sir, just have a few questions for you. So with regard to the Oki frontage, you're asking for 7 feet. With regard to, I'm sorry, is it Westwood? The adjacent street? What is the name of that street again?
Yeah, Westwood.
Westwood. You're asking for an iron fence to be 7 feet tall as well?
6 foot tall.
6 foot tall. Okay.
Yeah.
And is the iron fence intended to be open from grade up to the top, or are you going to have any kind of screening on it?
Yeah, it's iron fence, open from floor to ceiling.
Okay.
And it's identical. We're proposing one identical to the one across the street. So aesthetically, it'll look nice.
All right. Generally speaking, I'm okay with 6 feet. 7 feet is a bit tall. I understand your measurements for the street across the way, but they're not in front of us. So are you all right with 6 foot tall?
Yeah.
Okay.
6 foot tall for the iron, but 7 foot for the wall on Oki.
6 foot for everything.
Okay.
Okay. So if we could amend staff's conditions.
So just so you know, that would put a 6 foot wall to a 7 foot gate.
Yep. No. We've had a variance request along Oki, and I've approved 6 foot before. A lot of the other neighbors have 6 foot, so I'm comfortable with 6 foot. I'm not comfortable with 7 foot.
But let me just show you this.
Yeah,
by the way, across the street, directly from that gate, is an 8 foot wall.
Sir, I completely understand.
Okay.
Okay. Are you comfortable with 6? You agree with 6?
I prefer 7.
So you agree with 6?
That's 7 right there.
It's going to be 6. Thanks very much for playing this game tonight.
Deal.
All right. So if we could amend condition number 1 to read that a variance is hereby approved to allow a proposed 6 foot tall solid wall along Oki and a 6 foot tall iron fence in the front yard area where 5 feet with a 2 foot solid base is the maximum allowed. I'd also like to add a condition, sir, that you remove the privacy screen as well as the razor wire that's on your property presently. And you're in agreement with that added condition?
Absolutely.
All right. Staff, is that sufficient for you?
Mr. Chairman, through you, did you want a time limit on that, or just...
When are you putting the wall up?
As soon as you say go.
Well, for the removal of the screen and the razor wire?
Yeah, if you could do that within 30 days.
No, I can't do that until the wall goes up because it'll allow throughput.
How much time do you need?
Maybe 90?
90 is great. So 90 days, please.
Okay, 90. Okay, so then we'll add a condition for the razor wire and screening to be removed within 90 days of final approval.
Thank you. And you agree with all other staff's conditions?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. With regard to agenda item number 45, project 24-0066 VA1, I make a motion for approval, subjects to staff's conditions and the amended conditions read into the record here this evening.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Commissioner Taylor? Oh, and that motion carries.
And that is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 46 with related item A and B, 240077, public hearing, applicant owner Casa Bani LLC for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requesting a portion at 2019 Bani Avenue, Ward 1. Related item 46A, 240077 VAR1, to allow an existing accessory structures, 2 casitas on the lot prior to construction of the main building where such is not allowed. Related item 46B, 240077 SCP-1 for a residential accessory dwelling unit use. This is in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the variance request to be a self-imposed hardship and to be outside the realm of NRS Chapter 278 for granting of variances. Therefore, staff recommends denial of both entitlement requests. Please note additional letter of support was received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Casey Chafkin, and I live at 2120 Silver Avenue, and this is my wife, Chelsea Kukuru.
Thank you, Casey and Chelsea. Would you like to tell us about the application?
Yes, thank you. My wife and I, we moved to the neighborhood 4 years ago, kind of fell in love with the Scotch 80s because of the historic nature, the mature landscaping, the kind of unique history that's there. And so we bought the 2 parcels that adjoin the home that we own so that when the vacant parcel was invariably developed, that any development that happened there would be in keeping with the characteristics that we love so much about the neighborhood in terms of making sure that whatever is built there fits into the community. And so the current property line that divides those 2 parcels goes through the middle of a swimming pool for the house that is that's on Bani Avenue, and that's kind of the issue that brings us here. And so we reviewed several different possibilities for how to kind of remedy the situation. And the one that we're advocating for is the one that kind of protects those characteristics of the neighborhood that I was mentioning. It's the solution is kind of provides for the preservation of all structures, where otherwise we would have to demolish one of the existing buildings, or we would have to create we'd have to subdivide the parcels in such a way that would create a lot that is smaller than what the standard and required is inside of the neighborhood. And so because all the structures are vacant and we own the property next door, there'd be kind of no hardship or any impact on any of the residents of the neighborhood. So happy to answer questions or kind of accept conditions as the staff may recommend.
Thank you, Casey. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on item number 46? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and go to Commissioner Rogan.
Thank you. I agree with the applicants that this is probably the best option of the 3 options. It's either knock down these structures that have been there for 50 plus years, or we do this, or we have a lot that doesn't conform to the code size of a minimum of 18,000 feet. So they'd be before us anyway asking for a variance for that. So I think this is probably the best option for them so that they can subdivide the property and eventually build on it and sell that, build an additional house and sell it. So unless there's any questions, I'm ready to make a motion on agenda item 46, project number 24-0077, items 46A and 46B. Motion for approval subject to staff's conditions, and you agree to those conditions, folks?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Thanks, Commissioner Rogan. That motion carries.
And that is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 48, 240112 VAR applicant Felix Arleno, owner the Felix R. Arleno and Alex M. Molina Higula Revocable Living Trust for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow a 30-foot front yard setback where 50 feet is required and a 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required at 810 Shetland Road, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Good evening. How are you? Felix Arellano, A1A Shetland Road.
Hang on one second. Can we get the staff report, please?
Sure, it should be longer.
Felix.
Felix Arellano, 818.
One second.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has proposed to demolish the existing single-family dwelling on the subject site and construct a new single-family dwelling which does not comply with the required 10-foot side yard setback and 50-foot front yard setback. Staff notes that the subject site conforms to RE lot width and size. Since this is new construction, the proposed development could be redesigned to comply to current Title 19 side yard and front yard setback standards. As no evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented to warrant the requested variance, the hardship is deemed to be self-imposed, and therefore staff recommends denial. Please note there were additional documents of protest and support received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Felix Arellano, 818 Chandler Road.
Thank you, Felix.
Yes.
Would you like to tell us about the application?
Okay. Let's close it. The reason we want to build a house that way is because a few years ago you got allowed to Mr. Sterling, I think his last name, to build a huge clinic next to my house. Back then they promised me to put a big wall to cover the view and mature trees to take away the view from the property, but that never happened. And now I have a huge building and I want to cover the view on that side. This is why I want to build a garage on the side of the property. Besides that, when they build this property, it's about 30 feet from the property line when they build the building. So I don't think it's out of the equation for me to have the same size, 30 feet from the property line, to build my garage. You know? So right here, besides that, this is the property line, which is the corner of my house, right here. And they even built over 5 feet fence about the property line. I don't know if it's legal or not, but I should move my fence to the front too. And then this is the building right here. I have the measurements. They have a 21 feet from the property line to the building on one side, and another side have 25 feet. Besides that, there is a lot of properties in the neighbor when they don't have, or less than 5 feet on the property line when they build the properties around. I mean,
I'm snitching on the neighbors.
Huh? I don't throw anybody under the bus, but they build with permit because I ask a lot of questions before I come here. So the reason why you guys want to deny my project.
What was that last part again?
Why you guys recommend to deny my request
Well,
for the
because
variance?
it didn't meet the 50-foot yard setback. So we're going to, when you're done, if you're done presenting it, we're going to open the public hearing and then come to the commission and talk about it. So is there anything else you wanted to add?
I have a lot of stuff to say, but it's okay. I keep my mouth quiet.
Okay.
You know?
Well, Felix, hang on. We're going to open the public hearing. Anyone from the public hearing like to be heard on item number 48? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, and I'm going to go to the commission for discussion, and then we'll go to a vote, Felix.
Sure.
Commissioner Rogan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Mr. Arellano, I don't have a problem with the 30-foot front yard setback. I'm not comparing it to the memory care building to the south. I think your neighbor right next door to the north has a reduced setback. I don't think that a 30-foot setback on an RE lot really detracts from that neighborhood. I live in the neighborhood. I wouldn't allow something like that if I didn't think I was comfortable with it. And with that, we do allow portico shares, which are very much like garages, to be within 30 feet of the front yard setback. So I'm pretty comfortable with that. The one question I have for you is you're asking for a 5-foot side yard setback on the south side, but you have plenty of room on the north side. You have 21 feet there.
The thing was about, I bought the property back in 2013, and I bought a guest house. I built a guest house in the back of the property, and now the dream is to build our own house in the front. Before this project, we have another project which is bigger and taller, we went vacation to Florida, and my wife liked one of the models, and she said, I want this house to be built over there. So the problem with the house is white. You understand? And then I don't have too much space in the back because I have a septic tank is almost in the middle of the property. So I cannot push the house back. This is why I asked for 30 feet in order to build 3 garages. And the width of the house is about 75 feet, and I need to have a driveway to drive to the back of the property. This is the reason why I asked for 5 feet setback.
I think you can get into the back of your property with 16 feet rather than 21 feet. Is that fair?
So I had to change the house.
You just have to move. You just have to move the house about 5 feet. It's not that hard.
Why is it so difficult for me to have 5 feet?
Well, I'm concerned about the property line. 5 feet is very difficult to have plantings along the side of your property.
To have what?
Plantings, trees, that sort of thing. And it is
I
RE,
don't
so I want to make sure.
anything.
Listen. I want to make sure that at least part of your house is compatible. So I'm okay with the 30 feet. I'm not okay with the 5-yard setback. Can you move your house 5 feet to the north?
I prefer the 5 feet than the 30 feet, to be honest with you, because it's the width of the house. You know, I don't understand, because after my property line to the clinic, it's about 25, 30 feet space. They live over there. I can show you a picture. Give me 1 second. And then what I want to do with the 10 feet behind the house, I don't want to put trees over there because it's a commercial clinic behind my house. You know, what is the point?
It's just too close to that property line. 5 feet in an RE area is just way too close. That's for smaller lot sizes. So I'm okay with condition number 1. Condition number 2, if we could amend it to say variance is hereby denied to allow a 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is the minimum required. Does anyone have any comments on that before I make a motion? So, sir, my motion is going to be for approval of agenda item 48, project number 0112VAR1 with the amended condition number 2.
But why you allow the people to do 5 feet? Because I can bring you proof of other people build 5 feet on the
Felix,
neighbor.
we're done. We're not going back and forth. We're going to have a vote here. And will this go on to City Council, this final action, unless it's appealed? Okay, so we're going to have a vote, and we're going to move on.
So that's my motion.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
And that is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
City clerk? Okay.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 49, 240120VAR1, applicant Rene Gomez, owner Rene Gomez and Aline Gomez, for possible action on land use entitlement project to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing patio cover, a 0-foot rear yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing patio cover, a 0-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing residential accessory structure, shed 1, and to allow a 2-foot rear yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing residential accessory structure, shed 2, at 1909 Cedar View Circle, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Could we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the physical characteristics of the property have been presented to warrant the requested variance. As such, the hardship is self-imposed and preferential in nature, and therefore staff recommends denial. Please note, an additional letter of protest was received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you answer your name and address for the record, please?
Eileen Gomez, 1909 Cedar View Circle.
Thank you, Eileen. Would you like to tell us about the application?
Yes, we're looking to have approval of keeping our existing...
Can you pull the mic just a little bit closer? Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. We're seeking approval to keep an existing patio cover and 2 sheds.
Okay.
We had the patio cover built just to avoid sun exposure for leisure activity, an area to pull up the cars so that he can work on it and wash the cars when needed.
Okay. All right. Well, this is noticed as a... Oh, did you want to add some more?
Oh, I have a letter of support and approval with signatures of our neighbors from each side of our home and a couple more in our cul-de-sac.
Okay. Would you like to turn those in?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard on item number 49? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and go to Commissioner Rogan.
Thank you. I did drive by your house. I didn't speak with you, and I've looked on Google Maps. My one concern with the project is not so much the shed in the back, it's the shed in the carport on the side. You've got it extending from your house all the way to the property line, and it's not aesthetically compatible. I have concerns about the framing. It looks as though the roof is a bit unsettled. I don't know what the proper construction term would be, but it doesn't seem to be built right. So I'd like to come out and just take a closer look with you. Do you mind just continuing this for 1 month for me to do that?
Yes.
Are you going to be around next month on the 18th that you could come back?
Yes.
Okay. All right, my motion tonight on project, agenda item 49, project 24-0120 VEAR1 is to obey this to the June 18th Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor to obey. And that motion carries for abeyance. Moving on to item number 50.
Thank you.
And this is 50A, 1 through 50A, 41, and 50B with related items. So 240125 applicant KB Home Nevada, Inc., owner the Howard Hughes Company, LLC, for possible action, the following land use entitlement project request at the southwest corner of Grand Park Boulevard and Far Hills Avenue, Ward 2. Staff recommends denial. So the 50A1 is 240125 SCD1 through SCD41 to allow a front yard setback where 8 feet is required for lots 94 through 117 and lots 194 through 210. Item number 51A is for 41. I think I'm hacking this up. And 50B is 240125 TMP, Caldwell Park, Summerlin Village Parkway, Summerlin Village 29 parcel EF for a 228 lot attached and detached single-family residential subdivision. Can we get the staff report and any corrections if I messed up that reading?
Mr. Chairman, the item is SCD 1 through SCD 41 are the deviations, and then B is the tentative map.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, staff has determined that the requested deviations will have a negative impact to the previously approved residential subdivision and surrounding area. As proposed, the 41 lots do not comply with the Summerlin development standards, building setbacks from the street where 8 feet is required. Staff does not support the requested deviations, as the building setbacks outlined within the Summerlin Development Standards Manual have been established to ensure harmonious residential subdivision design with the surrounding area. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the requested deviations and associated tentative map. Please note additional letters of support and protest were received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing KB Home in this matter. You may be familiar with these deviations. I was here, I believe, in March, and then I was here in April, and now I'm here in May representing the same home builder in Summerlin West. This is Summerlin West Village. And what the deviations are, this is for the second story where it actually encroaches into the front yard setback. It's not the garage. We meet the setback up to the garage. This is on only 41 lots out of 228 lots that we are proposing. This is similar, as I mentioned, to what you've approved over the last 2 Planning Commission meetings. So I'd ask you to approve the 41 deviations for those lots. It's only for those lots in the subdivision, as you can see here highlighted in green dots. Those would be the lots that would be impacted. As I showed you on the aerial there's no development in this area. Everything's under development. We have a tentative map that's also scheduled on this agenda here on this item, and we'd ask you to approve the applications that are before you, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone would like to be heard on item number 50? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and go to Commissioner Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How come I get these ones with all, like,
10 pages of numbers. But anyways, I've been out to the project, both of them, and it was a similar motion or proposal application was done last month as well. And there was no problems that I saw with it being out there. Met with the KB construction company when they were out there, and they explained the whole thing of what happened. So I don't think it's going to happen again, but I'm okay with it because it doesn't breach safety. The houses all look the same. It's harmonious. So I'm in full support of this project.
Commissioner Taylor, you wanted to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick confirming question, Mr. Gronauer. So this is the exact same second floor pop out that just hangs out over the driveway. Okay.
Yep, you got it, Commissioner Taylor. Same thing I've been explaining to you over the last 2 months.
Yep, just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Walsh, would you like to make a motion?
I sure will. I'd like to make a motion for item number 24-0125 under the public hearing to approve with the staff's conditions 50A1 to 50A41. And they snuck a little B in there at the end. 50B is on there as well. Motion to approve on that.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Blanket motion, please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners. Have a good night and probably a good morning, and I'll see you in a month.
Can I have that go to City Council now?
Yeah.
No, that's final action unless appealed to City Clerk continues.
Okay, moving on to item number, we're cooking here. Item number 51, 240161 SDR1, applicant owner Nevada Health Bioscience Asset Corporation for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed 4-story, 100,000 square foot medical office, a 4-story, 72,000 square foot medical laboratory, and a utility plant with waivers of Title 1909 Form-Based Code Development Standards at the southeast corner of Pinto Lane and Shadow Lane, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed development supports the objectives of the Vision 2045 Downtown Las Vegas Master Plan by focusing on medical-related uses and by developing training facilities. The site is located near a transit hub for the Las Vegas Medical District, where walkable, compact, mixed-use redevelopment is desirable. Staff finds the deficiency in the amount of parking and waivers of other form-based code standards to be minor in nature and not detrimental to the compatibility of the development with the adjacent uses in the medical district. Staff therefore recommends approval of the site development plan review. Please note additional letters of support were received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you get your name and address to the record, please?
Yes, Michelle Brigida with Carpenter Sellers Delgado Architects, 8882 Spanish Ridge Avenue, architect for Nevada Health and Bioscience.
Thanks, Michelle. Would you like to tell us about the project?
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, we're really excited about the opportunity to be working with Nevada Health and Bioscience on the development of the future campus, right? The expansion of that existing campus. The initial building, as you all know, is the existing medical building, and now we're looking at 2 potential opportunities for Southern Nevada Health and Public Lab facility along Pinto Lane, and at Shadow Lane, a clinical mental health facility. The lab is about 72,000 square feet, 4 stories, has a blood bank at ground level supporting our community, space for incubator lab throughout, and administration spaces to support that building. The clinical and mental health facility has 4 tenants in that project. It's about 2 to 4 stories, depending on which angle you're looking at, and that one is along Shadow Lane. The existing entry to the campus is maintained at Shadow Lane, and we are proposing an entry supporting the lab building and its functions along Pinto, created some synergies with receiving areas immediately adjacent to the medical school. And then the project just sets itself up to formally blend within the existing campus, right? Nevada Health and Bioscience has a certain aesthetics and is committed to developing great quality buildings for the community. Both buildings are looking at being LEED certified.
It's fantastic. Okay, this is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and go to Commissioner Rogan, but before I do, I will say that I think this is an exciting project and one that really kind of galvanizes the medical district and pushes it forward in a big way for that campus, and it will see my support tonight. Commissioner Rogan?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, I think there's some great things that are happening in Las Vegas. Across the street with Civic Plaza, Symphony Park has multiple developments. Tonight we saw that Shulman development on that long vacant property on Charleston and Grand Central Parkway, but the medical district, that's really a homegrown project that the city of Las Vegas took on in collaboration with other governments around, and seeing the medical school built there a few years back, the investment that the city's making and the streets there, as well as the county's making to refurbish UMC. And I think that this project is going to be a great addition, and to use the chair's words, will galvanize, I think, even further development in that area. I'm looking forward to seeing hopefully some residential structures going up, so medical students and nurses and folks that work in that community will be able to live, as well as other amenities like bars and restaurants, so that people can actually walk, and hopefully we'll have some sort of public transportation down Charleston Boulevard at some point, so that folks that live in that area and work in that area can access it without having to drive. So I'm very pleased that you're here, and I'm ready to make a motion to approve unless anyone has any other comments.
Commissioner Walsh, you wanted to?
Yeah, just one question. There's a lab, you'll be carrying all sorts of chemical items for processing. Are you going to put large-scale tanks behind the process, or?
So, I'm sorry, I missed the first part, but there is, were you talking about chemicals within the labs?
Yeah, the hazardous end, usually they encompass them in a wall structure, so nobody can walk in and, do things with them. Is that in plan? I didn't see it in the plan.
So, as part of the planning of the project, we will be identifying an environmental health and biosafety person or representative from NHBC, where we're really going to start identifying what are those chemicals as part of the labs and the services. Is that answering your question?
Yeah, there's a certification process that you'll run into it's an agency that oversees labs, and you have to have their certification. It's almost like the Joint Commission. But I just didn't see it if you were going to put a 15-foot tank with oxygen in it in the back.
No, that's not the plan for it.
It'll all be enclosed in the building?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, everything is self-contained within that 4-story unit. Yeah.
Okay.
There is a biosafety lab piece at level 3, and the MEP requirements to support that space will be contained within the overall height.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Commissioner Walsh. Commissioner Rogan?
Thank you, Commissioner Walsh, for your question. I'm ready to make a motion to approve agenda item 51, project number 24-0161 SDR1, subject to all conditions, and you agree to those conditions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion on the floor, please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
And that is final action unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the city for helping us in the beginning, too.
Thanks. All right, 52 is obeyed. 53 is, we're going to hear 53B, I believe. So, okay, so item number 53, 240174, applicant owner, the Howard Hughes Company, LLC, for possible action on the land use entitlement project request at the north side of Lake Mead Boulevard, approximately 2,840 feet west of Sunset Run Drive, Ward 2. Staff recommends denial, and we are going to hear 53B, related item 53B, 240174 TMP1, Summerlin West Village 27 Parcel E, custom lots for proposed 44-lot single-family residential subdivision. And I would ask staff, with the staff report, was there a change on the approval because of striking out A?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, since we received revised plans that eliminated the need for the deviation on the wall height, so now the tentative map does meet the Summerlin development standards, and we do recommend approval now. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioner. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, Howard Hughes. I will be brief. We very much appreciate staff's recommendation of approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being brief. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard on item number 53? Seeing no one, I will close it, and I will go to Commissioner Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go directly to a motion to approve the project with staff's conditions, which is item 24-0174, and the applicant owner is Howard Hughes Corporation, and also 53A and B that is related to this number.
I believe it's just
B?
53B, yeah.
Okay, sorry. You're right.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. That motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thanks.
And that is final action unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 54, 240175 SUP applicant Inchun Lee, owner CIM 116 North 3rd LV LLC, for possible action on land use entitlement project for a proposed 8,526 square foot alcohol on-premise full use with a 353 square foot outdoor patio area at 1116 North 3rd Street, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed alcohol use meets all minimum special use permit requirements and can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the existing surrounding uses. Staff therefore recommends approval subject to conditions. And note there were additional documents of protest received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here for item number 54? Item number 54, if you can hear me in another room, are you here? Commissioner, would you like to obey this item?
I would, and I'll be brief.
Okay.
Through the chair, I'd like to make a motion on item 24-0175 SUP1, motion for abeyance to the June 18th meeting.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Commissioner Walsh?
44?
No, just need a vote.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. And that motion carries for abeyance. Okay. Okay. And then that takes us back to item number 38, but before we do that, we're going to take a quick break. I think Commissioner Schlotman wanted 45 minutes. We're going to have a quick 5-minute break. A quick 5-minute break.
I didn't get a chance to meet with anybody before, so I was going to do it on the fly. So that's why I was a little crazy. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's great. No, it's easy just to be like, whoop, yeah, no, thank you for everything you do.
Maybe you don't even see most of it from. I know. I did look at it. You can. It's pretty bad. Yeah.
Just a couple more minutes. We're going to start. A couple more minutes. All right, folks, we're going to bring this Planning Commission back. If I could have you take your seats. I'm going to go over a couple things before we read in the item. This is an unprecedented amount of people that are here, both within the chambers. We're full. We're actually exceeding capacity. That's why we have so much fire department for fire watch. And we had people in the plaza, and we have people currently in the cafe. I think the plaza is generally dissipated and people have left. And I do appreciate up until this point how everyone's, except for that cell phone, has listened to our rules. And I realize that there's passion involved in these items, so I hope when we get to public hearing that we're going to keep it to land use and planning and zoning. And when we get to that point, I've talked to Valerie, who has a presentation that she's going to be doing, which is 27 minutes, and we're going to have the same thing on the for the other side for speaking, and then I'm going to go to some comments that are, if we didn't hear something and it needs to be put on the record, that It's going to be about a minute to go on the record, but I think we're going to hear a lot of substance coming from all sides. And so I just want to make sure that there's some balance on all fronts, and we get through this in a timely manner. And it is important that there isn't conversation in the crowd or from the crowd. It is important that we can hear the words that are being spoken. It is difficult sometimes to hear when things are happening in the background, and everyone's words are important to us, and they help form our decisions. So with that, I am going to read into the record item number 38, abeyance 240072, applicant owner, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, for possible action on the following land use entitlement project request at the southeast corner of Hickam Avenue and Grand Canyon Drive. Item 38A, abeyance 240072, GPA 1 from DR to PF. Related item 38B, abeyance 240072, 0 and 1 from U to CV. And I'm going to read related item number 39 into the record. 240152 SCR 1, applicant owner of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed house of worship development, including a 3-story, 68-foot tall, 260 feet to the top of steeple, 70,190 square foot temple, a 1-story, 15,982 square foot meeting house, a 1-story, 1,807 square foot maintenance building, and a 1-story, 1,800 square foot pavilion at the southeast corner of Hickam Avenue and Grand Canyon Drive. Staff recommends approval on both. And before we go to staff, Commissioner Rogan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I have a disclosure to make. These related applications, numbers 38 and 39, concern a parcel which is subject to an interlocal agreement between Clark County and the City of Las Vegas. I'm a senior attorney in the Civil Division of the Clark County District Attorney's Office. My division provides legal advice to the County Commission and the various county departments and boards, including advice regarding the interpretation of this interlocal agreement. Given my employment as an attorney for Clark County, I cannot vote on these applications. But I want to be very clear that my abstention should not be considered to be a suggestion that there is a dispute about the applicability or interpretation of the interlocal agreement to these applications. I'm simply making this disclosure and abstaining from this matter because it is required by Nevada ethics law, given my circumstances of my employment by Clark County. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogan. And now I'd like the staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, with regard to land use, the subject 20-acre site is part of Planning Area A2 as defined by the 2016 interlocal agreement between Clark County and the City of Las Vegas. The terms of the interlocal agreement are explicit in disallowing amendments of the general plan or rezoning properties in Planning Area A2 for the purpose of permitting commercial and industrial uses and residential densities above 2 units per acre. However, the interlocal agreement is silent with regard to the allowance of public and quasi-public uses, including religious land uses on these properties. Religious land uses are allowed in every standard zoning district within the City of Las Vegas. However, within the current U undeveloped zone or any R prefixed zoning district, the church house of worship use is not permitted on sites larger than 5 acres. The proposed CV Civic District is designed to accommodate such uses on sites larger than 5 acres. The appropriateness of development on CV zone properties is determined on a case-by-case basis. The CV zoning district conforms to the proposed public facility land use designation of the general plan, which allows for public and semi-public buildings and facilities, civic uses and spaces, infrastructure and utilities. Staff therefore recommends approval of the requested general plan amendment and rezoning. The subject site is not located in the Rural Preservation Overlay District within the city's jurisdiction and is not subject to Clark County residential adjacency standards. Lots north of Hickam Avenue within city limits, zoned RE, and west of Grand Canyon Drive, zoned RD, are also not located within the Rural Preservation Overlay District, but are considered protected properties in relation to the city's residential adjacency standards. The temple and meeting house buildings are in conformance with the city's residential adjacency standards. Per Title 19, church steeples, utility transmission lines and towers, wireless communication towers, small wind energy systems, and municipal utility facilities are exempt from the 3-to-1 slope requirement that determines the maximum height of structures and minimum setbacks from protected properties. The development complies with other Title 19 development standards, with the exception of the spacing of trees in the landscape buffer along Hickam Avenue, which is addressed through a condition of approval. The development has been designed in such a way as to be compatible with the surrounding properties, all of which will be separated from the subject site by public right-of-way. Staff therefore recommends approval of the requested site development plan review, subject to conditions. Note there were additional documents of support and protest received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening. Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight representing the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The 20-acre site is located right here in yellow. Immediately to the north, this boundary right here would be Hickam, which is a 60-foot wide right-of-way. This 10-acre site right here is vacant land now, but it is owned by the Clark County School District. Then on the west side of that, you have some RE lots that haven't been developed yet, and then on the east of that, you have some RE lots that have been developed. As you move down to the east, again here in blue, it is vacant land that is owned by the Bureau of Land Management, but it does have a reservation by the Clark County School District for a recreation and public purpose lease, which means in the future, if the Clark County School District wanted to do something with this land that was school-related, they've already put in a reservation for that. As you come around to the south, this green piece right here, this is on also land that is owned by the BLM, but it actually has a water equipment facility that is controlled by the Las Vegas Valley Water District, and that piece of property is Zone CV. Then you come to this blue area again. It is 12.5 acres, and it is vacant. It is owned again by the Clark County School District for possibly a future school. And as you come around on the west side, you have a combination of a couple of zonings. One is some RD lots that are located in the city of Las Vegas here. They are developed. And then as you can see on the west side of Grand Canyon, there are a number of lots, a couple of homes developed, but a number of lots that are zoned RE. As you look at the site a little bit outside of that immediate area, a couple of other things that I want to point out. One is, this is Lone Mountain. In fact, Lone Mountain, as you can see. Farther west of that, which wraps around behind Lone Mountain, is the Beltway. Immediately to the north of where Lone Mountain is a park called Lone Mountain Park. And then as you come south of Alexander, Alexander is a 100-foot wide right-of-way. Here's Majestic Park, and then some higher density homes. It's in a zoning designation of RCL. The density is around 6.7 units to the acre for the homes that are south of Alexander. As your staff indicated, there is an interlocal agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Clark County. The site itself is located in an area that is defined as A2. The interlocal expressly prohibits certain densities, lot sizes, and commercial and industrial uses. But the interlocal is silent with respect to churches, schools, and parks, uses that you would commonly see in any neighborhood. In fact, within the interlocal area, Lone Mountain Park exists today. There are also 2 schools that exist within the interlocal agreement that are north of this site. So there are within the interlocal agreement already uses like parks and schools, and this request is for a church. Again, a use that is commonly seen and built in communities and in neighborhoods. Staff has determined that a general plan amendment to allow public or quasi-public uses or rezoning to CV does not violate the terms of the interlocal agreement. The applications before you tonight are a general plan amendment from desert rural to public facility, a zone change from U, which is undeveloped, to CV, just civic, and a site plan review for a temple and meeting house. As staff indicated when they made their presentation, but I do think it's important to reiterate, the site itself is not located in a rural preservation area. The site is only 616 feet from Alexander Road, which is a 100-foot wide right-of-way, and the site is surrounded on 3 sides by land that is either owned or controlled by the Clark County School District. That would be the vacant sites that are in blue. In addition to that, there are multiple kinds of zoning that surround the site. There is RD, that's located here. There's CV, that's located there. There's RE lots, which are typically to the west and to the north. There is PF, that would be where the park is. There's RCL, which I mentioned, which is south of Alexander. And there's also PD, which is where Majestic Park is. In addition to that, staff notes that the general plan amendment and the zone change are appropriate for the site. The site itself will have a temple which sits basically in the middle of the site. There will be a grounds building that services the temple. On the east side, there will be the meeting house, and then there will be a pavilion here. The site itself is completely open on all the sides, with the exception of around the temple, there is a wrought iron fence. As we were going through the slides in the beginning, it showed what it would look like. It's wrought iron intentionally so that you can see the landscaping that will exist on the inside of the grounds, and the fencing that goes around the temple will remain open for the hours that the temple is open. In the evening hours and into the night when the temple is closed, the grounds of the temple itself will also be closed. The wrought iron fence that runs around the temple site is exclusive to the temple site, which means the area where the meeting house is, that does not have any wrought iron fencing around it. The temple itself is 70,194 square feet. And has a height of 65 feet to where the occupiable space of the temple is located. There will be 3 levels within the temple, and each of those levels has religious significance. The first level will have offices, waiting areas, dressing rooms, a small chapel area, and a baptistry. The second level within the temple will have instruction rooms and the celestial room. The celestial room is designed to represent life with God. By design, it must be tall to lift spirits towards the heavens. The room itself will start on the 2nd floor with a vaulted ceiling of 31 feet. The celestial room is the culmination of everything that the members of the church do in the temple. And the 3rd level will have a ceiling room or a few ceiling rooms for marriage ceremonies and the ceiling of 2 families who come together for eternity. The remaining height of the temple is for the spire. There will be no occupied space within the spire. That goes to a total height at the top of 216 feet. The setbacks for the temple is 447 feet away from the residential homes that sit on the residential home property line that sits on the west side of Grand Canyon. The temple is 248 feet away from the property line of the Clark County School District property that's immediately to the north of us. With the way the temple sits, it actually sits not over here where there's some lots that will be eventually developed, not over here where there are already developed lots, but directly to the north is the vacant property that's owned by the school district. And the temple itself will be 248 feet away from the property line. The temple sits over 700 feet away from the property line of the BLM property that's to the east of TP. And the temple will sit 243 feet away from the Clark County School District property line of the land to the south of Florine. The temple will be closed on Sunday and Monday. There will be maintenance workers that could be there on Sunday and Monday, but there will be no members who are going in to perform church duties or services on Sundays or Mondays. The hours of operation for the temple are Tuesday through Saturday. They would begin at 5 a.m. and they would end at 11 p.m. Volunteers, the temple itself is really staffed largely by volunteers. And the volunteers begin arriving a little before 6 a.m., and the volunteers leave after the temple closes after 10 p.m. So the hours, which is why I've said the 5 a.m. to 11 p.m., is so that we can allow volunteers to arrive before the temple opens and then volunteers to leave after the temple closes. There is no food served at the temple. That was a question that was asked. And another note on which direction the front door of the temple will face. The temple will face towards the west. I think it's important to note for people who may not be a member of the church, may not have ever seen the inside of a temple unless they've had the opportunity to go before it's dedicated. But here is what this temple and any temple is not. The temple is not a mega church with a large seating capacity. The temple is not a food pantry or other facility to serve homeless. The temple is not grounds to host large-scale outdoor events like carnivals or other types of events or parties. And the temple is not where you will hear any type of amplified sound or music. But what the temple is a place for worship, reverence, and sacred ceremonies, a place where you may see two people getting engaged on the grounds, a place where you may see a bride and groom taking photos after their families have come together in a sealing ceremony within the temple, or a quiet place where members of the church perform their most sacred duties. The meeting house, which is located on the east side of the site, will be 15,982 square feet. The height of the meeting house itself will be 27 feet. That's this line right here to the roof line. That's 27 feet. And the height of the one spire will be 67 feet to the top of the meeting house. For those people in the audience that came to our neighborhood meeting, the neighborhood meeting was held at a meeting house roughly around Alexander and Buffalo, not too far from the site. And that is similar in scale and size and height to what this would look like here. Going back to the setbacks for the meeting house. The meeting house has a setback of 313 feet away from the property line of the developed RE lots across Hickam. To the south, the meeting house will sit 253 feet away from the property that is zone CV. To the east, it will sit approximately 111 feet to the property line of where the BLM property is located. And it's a significant distance away, of course, from the property line of the homes on the west. The meeting house itself is primarily used for worship services on Sundays. So when the temple is closed, again, temple is closed on Sundays and Mondays, the busiest time for the meeting house will be Sunday. They will have typically 3 different worship times for members to come, and these are rough times, but the first would start roughly around 9 a.m. and conclude before 11 a.m. The next would start roughly around 10:30 and conclude before 12:30, and the final one would start around 12 p.m. and conclude by 2 p.m. The meeting house may occasionally have other meetings or activities that would occur on the inside of the meeting house on other days other than Sunday. But I would encourage anybody who's known that this application is coming up to drive by any of the meeting houses that you typically find in neighborhoods, and I think you will find that the main time that you see cars parked is when it is Sunday and when there are worship services going on. The other 6 days a week, there are very few cars. I won't say there are no cars, but I will say that there are very few cars, and it's not a constant type of traffic situation. The landscaping is quite extensive. The church takes great pride in the grounds of their temples as well as their meeting houses, but in particular the temples. And so what you see before you is representative of what it will look like when all of this landscaping is installed. To give you an idea, the site itself is providing around the perimeter 203 trees, where 158 trees are required. On the inside, the site is providing 135 trees. There will be almost 8 acres of landscaping on the site itself. So the site, once you do dedications for the streets, the net size will be about 17.5 acres, again, after dedication for all 4 streets. And within that, so after that, 8 acres, which isn't quite half, but it's headed towards half of the site, would be landscaped. The other thing that's important to note is that only 10% of the site will have any structures of any kind on it, which means the other 90% of the site will either be landscaping, hardscape, which is decorative areas around here, or the parking lot area. 39% of the parking lot will be shaded by tree canopy. And the other thing that we want to point out, because I know in front of this commission that the heat island effect is important, and what the church is doing on this site, and it's for the entire site, is the parking areas that you see will not be asphalt. It will all be concrete, all across the entire site. And you would say, well, what difference does that really make? Well, it turns out that concrete is cooler than asphalt is by roughly a percentage of 15 to 20%. So the entire site will not have asphalt where the parking areas are. It will have concrete. Again, going to the heat island effect, it will reduce that between that and the amount of landscaping. From a parking perspective, the site is providing 514 spaces where 198 are required. The site, I've heard a couple of questions about this, also concerns, fairly enough, about how much parking is being provided. And the answer to that is, this is a site, and I'll contrast it to the Las Vegas Temple on the other side of town, that is co-locating both a meeting house and a temple on the same site at the same time. And so because of that, the church wants to ensure that there is sufficient parking on site for all of the members, whether there's something occurring at the meeting house, a Sunday worship service, or whether there is the regular activity that you will see at the temple. The amount of parking is driven by the operations experts who know the number of members who will come to both of these and future members who they anticipate will come. And what they don't want to see is parking on adjacent streets because there's not enough parking on the site. So while, yes, it seems like it's significantly more than your code requires, it is done for a specific purpose, and that purpose is to make sure that we have people parking on site and not on the adjacent streets. I will also note this, that at the Las Vegas Temple, if you have ever driven over there, sometimes you will see that there are cars parked on the street, even though there's a lot of parking at the Las Vegas Temple, but there are sometimes cars parked on the street at the Las Vegas Temple. And that I want to contrast the way that site sits versus the way this site sits. If you go up there, you'll see that the temple itself sits a little bit closer to Bonanza Road, and that the driveway that comes into that comes off of another side street, or you can come in off of Bonanza. And in that particular case, perhaps it can be faster or quicker to park on the street. But that's not the case with the way that this is designed. As I mentioned earlier, the temple front doors will be facing towards Grand Canyon. So if you want a nice walk, you may park on the adjacent streets. But really, the closest place to park, if that's the reason why people are parking on the streets over at the Las Vegas Temple site, is actually on our site and in our property. And again, remember, the temple is surrounded by that wrought iron fence. So our openings are at the openings where we have the gates for vehicular entrance. There are not just pedestrian gates within there. There are vehicular gates coming off of Grand Canyon, vehicular gates coming off of Hickam in 2 places, and then there are no access points of any kind off of Florine, and then there are 2 access points off of Teepee. So again, we think it makes more sense that people will, for this particular temple site, park on site rather than park on any of the adjacent streets. The lighting on the meeting house. There will not be any type of steeple lighting on the meeting house of any kind. There's been a lot of talk about, though, the lighting on the temple. And let me show you a picture, particularly at night. This is a rendering of what the Lone Mountain Temple will look like lit up at night. The reason why I think that this is important, I understand and have heard the concerns from the surrounding neighbors about the light effect. It's height and light, understand that. This is shown to depict what it is. It is not a brightly lit building that will light up adjacent properties. It's never intended to do that, and nor would it do that. So we asked our lighting expert to provide, and I hope I don't get any of these terms wrong, but a lighting exhibit, a heat map, if you will, to show how the temple would be lit up at night. Again, we did it in white so you could kind of see the colors, but I'll show you another exhibit in a minute. This shows the blue and greens, and the point of this exhibit is to say that when you get barely a little bit away from the edges of the temple itself, not the property line, not the edge of the property going in either direction, but around the immediate area of the temple itself, the light significantly drops off. And by the time you get to the edge of our property, it's 0-foot candles. And so said a different way, the light from the temple at night will not light up any adjacent, or by adjacent I mean across the streets that are surrounding us, but adjacent properties. It will not. The light dissipates immediately and very quickly as you move away from the temple on our own site, as the heat map indicates. So we had this kind of looked at a different way. So we took the same site plan that I just showed you, except this time, and it's really hard to see, and almost intentionally so. That's why we did the other one, so you could really see where we're talking about, and it's probably even too difficult to tell on this, but we did it intentionally because it's nighttime, it's dark. So what is the light that's going to reflect off of the temple when it's dark? And again, I know it's hard to see, so I won't belabor it, but this is the blue area where the temple is, and as you move away from the temple itself, towards the edges, even within our own property, it is dark. Seems like it can't happen, but that's exactly the way the lighting is directed and how it works. It is directed to stay on the building and not bleed onto other adjacent property. From a traffic perspective, the applicant, as we know from doing this for a really long time, typically the way that it works with traffic studies or drainage studies is that it is a condition of approval. So only if the application gets approved does the applicant submit a traffic study or a drainage study to be reviewed and accepted by the city. We know and we understand from the neighbors in the area that they have concerns about traffic, so the applicant has already submitted a traffic study to the City of Las Vegas. It has been reviewed and it has been accepted. I'm certainly not an expert in exact traffic. There is some background on that in the staff report, but just for the audience to know, we have taken that a step further to make sure that we've addressed those concerns by submitting something to the city so that the city experts could review it. They have reviewed it, and it has been accepted. That's the term it's used. It has been reviewed and accepted, and it has been given back to us with that review and acceptance. The other thing that the applicant did before they, or at least we tried to do before we filed for this application, is we tried to file for a waiver of offsites. Said a different way, we wanted to do more rural offsites, again, understanding the rural nature of the area north of the site. I don't think that there's necessarily an indication that there's a rural nature on the other sides, but certainly as you move north of the site, it is rural. And so we asked if we could not do curb, gutter, streetlight, and sidewalk on the surrounding streets. That request was denied. It had a purpose, though, for the denial, which is why we are now putting in full half-street improvements on all 4 streets. And it's really designed to assist in some of the drainage that is out here and some of the drainage issues that we've heard about. That will help with those issues. In addition to that, if any of the sites or all of the sites to the north, to the south, or to the east get developed as school sites, the school always puts in full off-sites, including streetlights, around their property. And again, we are bordered on the north, on the south, and on the east by at least property that either the school district owns or is interested in maybe doing something with in the future. And if those get developed, it gets developed with full offsites. So as we looked at that, we said, well, is there, if we're going to have to put in full offsites and streetlights, is there a street light that the city has that may be more attractive than the ones that you already see on Grand Canyon? On Grand Canyon, just to the south and to the west, on that RD development that I mentioned before, they've got sidewalk and street lights in there, and it's your typical street lights that you see when you drive around. But the city does have two other options. One, I believe, is in kind of standard, and you see it in Summerlin, and then there's another one, which is the one I'm going to show, that I believe you see in the town center area, if I remember correctly. So this is considered, I'll say, a standard city street light, but again, a little different because it's a little more decorative. So our offer or our suggestion would be that the street lights that would surround this site would look like this, just to further enhance perhaps the area, if not the site itself. From the standpoint of a drainage study, as I mentioned, similarly with the traffic study, but we don't have an approval on our drainage study. Again, both traffic study and drainage study are two things that are usually conditions of approval, and only if we get approved do we turn that in. But we are starting on our drainage study, and we do hope to have it completed very soon. And here's what I can tell you, because I know that there is a concern that, well, would the applicant bring in, haul in, import in fill so that it would raise the site up more than it is today and then put the temple on top of that? And the answer to that is no. We are not bringing in any fill. In fact, we will be removing some fill to the site, from the site. So we are removing fill from the site. We are not building up the site unnecessarily so, and of course we'll comply with whatever the terms of the drainage study are. Couple more points. From the standpoint of the questions and the comments and concerns that I've heard from the neighbors, many have asked, would the church reduce the height of the temple and turn off the lights at night? It's really a lot of what I hear. Yes, there's traffic. You'll hear all of it tonight. I certainly don't want to speak for them. But those are two of some of the most frequently asked questions that we have heard. And while that may seem like an easy request, the answer is rooted in religious symbolism of the steeple height and lighting pointing towards the heavens. So, what does that mean? For members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, temples are literally houses of the Lord Jesus Christ, designed to honor and symbolize his life, mission, and teachings. Temples are sacred edifices wherein church members participate in God's highest rights, ordinances, and covenants. The church teaches that the Savior, Jesus Christ, will manifest himself to his people in mercy within the walls of the temple. This significant promise applies to every dedicated temple throughout the world. For this very sacred and important reason, virtually every aspect of the temple is symbolic of Jesus Christ and each member's desire to worship and serve him. The words "House of Lord" and "Holiness to the Lord" are inscribed above each temple entrance to remind members that they are entering God's sacred and holy place of worship. This temple's design is directed and approved by the church's highest senior leadership specifically sustained by members as prophets, seers, and revelators. The approved design includes each temple's location, capacity, height, mass, steeple, and lighting. Each steeple and spire on a temple serve important religious purposes. A steeple is one of the, if not the most, universally distinctive religious architectural features of faith known throughout the world. When incorporated into a religious building of this nature, its symbolism is recognized for a devotion to a higher power. A steeple intentionally, directly, and sometimes subtly raises all eyes towards heaven. A steeple is symbolic of the teachings of God and has revealed to people for centuries. For example, he has counseled prophets to have his followers look up to him as the source of hope, peace, and healing. When attached to a building of this nature, it serves the purpose of sending a religious message of faith, hope, and healing by lifting all souls who worship there closer to God. For this reason, the buildings of many religious denominations include spires, steeples, belfries, turrets, and other elevated structures to draw parishioners' devotion, hearts, and souls up to God. These types of religious buildings are distinguished from other buildings because of their steeples, spires, and similar elevated structures. The size of the building, including its tall walls, are necessary symbols of faith and are necessary to accommodate the meetings and religious services that are held within the walls of the temple. The temple is built to accommodate both the needs of current and anticipated future members of the area. In an effort to limit impacts to neighbors, where possible, a portion of the entire building is below ground. Further, it is important to the religious services that temples have very high walls and ceilings, like the spires on top of the temple. God's highest rights, ordinances, and covenants entered into the inside of the temple are meant to draw minds, eyes, and hearts heavenward. In addition, the room designs and temple floor plans reflect distinctive purposes and symbolism. For example, the celestial room is large, tall, grand, and well-lighted room on an upper floor of the temple because it symbolizes eternal life with God. Also, the temple's large, beautiful, and grand exterior symbolizes the hope, faith, and peace and strength provided by God, and another anchor of stability God provides to all during life's ups and downs. Further, the temple's inspiring designs and beautiful features symbolize an extraordinary destination and reward for members who are working hard and are living worthy to enter through the temple doors, where they can participate in God's highest rights, ordinances, and covenants.
I'm getting a little repetition on some of the design stuff. Hey, please. Again, we have the rules. Let's follow them. Just again, I appreciate that there's a letter there, and I appreciate some of the background, but there's been some redundancy. So I just ask if I don't know how close you are to wrapping up the letter. And if that's something that you also wanted to turn in for record as well, I'm not sure, but just want to.
It's important to get it on the record. Why it's so important? Because there has been a significant amount of discussion from the opposition about why won't the church reduce the height, and it's because, and you'll see in this room, we have a significant amount of supporters for the church, the way it is designed, for the temple, the way that it is designed, and that it's rooted in symbolism, that it's important to the religious aspect of the way the temple's designed and is lit up at night.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
My final points are that we have collected signatures in support of the project. We concentrated on the following zip codes: 89134, 89128, 89129, and 89149. There are, within this book, which I will be turning in to the city clerk, 3,388 residents of the city of Las Vegas signed the petition in support, and 730 Clark County residents signed the petition of support. So I'd like to hand this over to the clerk, please, and have that be made part of the record.
Thank you.
And then, as I wrap this up, I would ask that all the members or anybody else that's in the audience tonight who is in support of the temple and this project be stand up so that they can be recognized. I thank them for that, and for these reasons, we would ask that you follow staff's recommendation of approval on all applications.
Thank you very much. Okay, and so thank you for the presentation, and thank you for adhering to our rules. I'm going to go now and open the public hearing and start with, I believe it's Valerie, has a presentation that she wanted to do, and then I'm going to go to give the same amount of time for people that are for it, but I will start with Valerie, please.
Can this mic be live? Ah, perfect, thank you.
And I'll need your name and address for the record, please.
I've already talked to city attorney, and I wish not to really reveal that this time, and he knows why.
Okay. Okay.
All right, are we up?
Yep. So I'm going to put 27 minutes on the clock, please.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go to people for 27 minutes. But
We're ready?
Please go.
Okay, today, exactly why we're here is because of laws. We hear a lot of things about what people want, what they don't want. Laws treat every citizen equally. Favoritism, emotions, and one's belief of entitlements discriminate against all the other citizens. This PowerPoint is going to focus just on the laws. We're going to deal with NRS 278.250. Promote and conserve open space, the protection of our natural and scenic resources from unreasonable impairment, to consider existing views and heights of buildings casting shadows on surrounding residents, ensure development on lands commensurate with the character of the area, immediate and long-range financial impact of the current residents, ensure protection of existing neighborhoods and communities, including the protection of rural preservation area which surrounds this property on all three sides. Regulations must be adopted with reasonable consideration to the character of the area and its particular suitability for particular uses in conserving the values of buildings and homes. That's law. The general plan application requirements, except as otherwise authorized by this title, approval of all maps, zoning, it all shall be consistent with the spirit and intent of the current general plan. NRS goes right back to the same things that we are mandated to do. That's the law. CV, a lot of talk about CV, 1910.020. It was changed. Why was it changed? Churches are allowed in our neighborhood. It says 5 acres or less. There's a reason for that. So they fit in. They're all in our neighborhood, and no one has any problems with that. But this structure is not a church. It's not a house of worship. It's a temple. It is a casino-sized structure that does not belong in any rural neighborhood. If you go on down to C, similar uses, classified on the basis of common operational characteristic, the land use compatibility. Development standards. The standard shall be designed to ensure compatibility of the development and existing planned developments and uses in the adjacent surrounding areas. Temple doesn't fit, folks. Applicability standards. So why are we here? We're here because this property, this temple, does not, it is not compatible. It doesn't fit the law. Special use permit, we were told that they originally stuck one in. Churches on sites larger than 5 acres shall not be permitted in the U district or district with an R prefix. Why is that? Because they don't fit. So what do all these legal documents have in common? They all say the standard shall be designed to ensure compatibility of the development with existing and planned development and uses in the adjacent surrounding areas. We don't have a casino-type structure anywhere in our area, folks. So we've kind of come up with this thing called a shell game, right? Rural residential neighborhoods, 35-foot ceiling height. That's what the law was. Unfortunately, you guys did a CV change, and you put in 19.08.040. That is a commercial industrial zoning for that building structure. All right, so you say the interlocal agreement can't have these commercial industrial. But go ahead and take a look at that. The new mandate is commercial and industrial district zoning, not rural neighborhood zoning. Sneaky, right? This chapter applies to all commercial and industrial developments within the city and to all commercial industrial zoning districts. That's not our neighborhood. That's not where we live. So we look at it as a loophole. First Amendment says government from officially favoring and disfavoring particular religious groups as soon as such of officially advocating particular religious points of view. All right, they're giving favoritism. You change the law, and you're putting a building in that doesn't belong there. Spot zoning, Code 1918, rezoning of a lot or parcel of land to benefit an owner, we say the temple, for a use incompatible with surrounding land uses and that does not further the general plan. The practice of spot loaning, some places say it's illegal. If you look up in our books here in Nevada, spot zoning can also be involved in corruption when an individual receives special treatment that may harm surrounding areas. That's our neighborhood. It will never be the same. You got reduced property values, increased noise, increased traffic. They're saying 1,231 additional vehicles are going to be in our neighborhood? You've got to be kidding me. This is a rural neighborhood. They talk about the heat island because it's concrete. It still puts off more heat than the dirt. Going to obstruct the views. They say, oh, it's going to be dark. No, it's not. We've seen these churches time and time again. They are not dark. We're going to see them. We're not going to be able to see the stars at night because it's lit up. Public safety, anytime you increase vehicle traffic in parking lots, you increase crime. I know because I did those statistics for years. That's just the way it works. Arlupa, right? That big scary word that we hear a lot. You're discriminating against us, Arlupa. It's real simple, folks. The Department of Justice has a brochure on it. What's their number 4 question? Does Arlupa exempt religious assemblies and institutions from local zoning laws? What do they say? No. Arlupa is not a blanket exemption of zoning laws. DOJ Civil Rights, Church Law Center, Section 2. All Arlupa does requires the government to not treat religious assemblies or institutions less than equal, not more. Less, the same as all of us. We came here all day today. Everybody has to follow the laws. Religious Freedom Restoration Act. U.S. Attorney General prohibits federal government from substantially burdening a person's exercise of religion. If it bans observance in practice, folks, 2 things. You can observe and practice in a tent. You don't have to have a 216-foot building, and you're not protected. Not by the law. Supreme Court, exemptions for burdens on religion are not required from neutral and generally applicable laws. That's zoning laws, folks. They're not exempt. The Supreme Court says it time and time again. 10th Circuit Court, McKinney, Texas, right? They're having the same fight we're having right now, these poor citizens. Thank God their planning board denied them, denied the LDS Church. And here's some of the things they quoted. Does not encumber the rights of any municipality from requiring religious institutions to comply with precedence-based zoning restrictions in the form of a valid ordinance providing all religious institutions in that municipality are treated consistently. These folks aren't. All the other churches in our neighborhood show that these folks are being favoritism. The DOJ March 2024 memo distributed to all municipalities regarding the Arlupa states, to be clear, Arlupa does not provide blanket exceptions from local zoning and land marketing laws. It safeguards to protect discriminatory, unreasonable, and unjustifiable burdensome relations. Furthermore, Alger and Moffitt court case, Court of Appeals concluded the church has no constitutional right to be free from reasonable zoning regulations, nor does a church have a constitutional right to build a house of worship wherever it pleases. U.S. Supreme Court, Kavanaugh, to be clear, the court's precedents do not require that religious organizations be treated more favorably than all other secular organizations. Rather, the First Amendment requires that religious organizations be treated equally to the favored or exempt secular organization. Equally, folks. Michigan Supreme Court. Cities' refusal to rezone the property did not substantially burden their religious exercise. Even if it did substantially burden their religious exercise, the imposition of that burden is in furtherance of a compelling government interest and constitutes the least restrictive means furthering the interest. The city won that lawsuit, folks. He goes on to say, not everything that a religious institution does constitutes a religious exercise. The burden on religion, the burden is on religion. You hear him say, oh, we have to prove it. No. Legally, the burden is on the religion to prove that the city's refusal to rezone the property constitutes a substantial burden. Sometimes some things does not become a religious exercise just because it is performed by a religious institution. He goes on to say, laws affecting certain religious practices do not violate the right to free exercise of religion as long as the laws are neutral and generally applied. Whether the specific difficulties the church claims to have encountered, they are the same ones that face all of us landowners. We all have to face them. No such free pass for religious land use masquerades among the legitimate protections our LUPA affords to religious exercise. So here's more court cases. It is the duty of the zoning authority to consider the needs of the entire community, that's us, when voting on rezoning, and not just the needs of the individual petitioner. We count also. A government action or regulation does not rise to the level of a substantial burden on religious exercise if it merely prevents the adherent from either enjoying some benefit that is not otherwise generally available or acting in a way that is not otherwise generally allowed. U.S. Court of Appeals Establishment Clause does not exempt religious property uses from substantial standard zoning requirements that are designed to ensure compatibility of land use, you folks. The religious institution, no less than any other group, must comply with reasonable regulations designed to preserve a comfortable and desirable community. That's us. These are our homes. The Dover Amendment does not give religious organizations an absolute and unqualified right to build whatever structures they desire in residential or other areas. Let's go to NERC. Now we know what the law is. They have to follow it. Let's go to this public, right? Nevada Equal Rights Commission. To be a public accommodation, any establishment or place to which the public is invited or which is intended for public use, folks. Places of public accommodation do not include any private club or other establishment not open to the public. DOJ, civil rights, public accommodations, a place open to all. The provisions of this title shall not apply to establishments not in fact open to the public. The temple is not open to the public. Civil Rights Act prohibited discrimination of public, quasi-public accommodation. The LDS Church discriminates against LGBT, right? They can't. You can't be a public organization. You can't call yourself public if you discriminate. That's the law. There's a Huggins case here, because we hear, oh, it's quasi-public. You could go in the parking lot. I'm sorry. The court case, shopping center. That is what a quasi-public item is. It's a shopping center, not a parking lot. Only when a private property has taken on all the attributes of a town is it to be treated as a public forum. Even from the reports that you folks gave us, access to the temple is fenced and gated. It's not public. You can only enter the temple by invitation. That's not public. They want to create a zoning here where they can make something pass and say they're public. They're not public. NRS 651.070, all persons entitled to equal enjoyment of places of public accommodations. CV and public facility clearly do not apply to the LDS temple. The temple itself, all temple ordinances continue to be denied for any lesbian, gay, or bisexual person in same-sex marriage or homosexual relationship and transgender individual. The courts say once a religion discriminates against any segment of the public and refuses entry, you can't get inside. The public standing disappears and they become a private organization or club. You can't have it both ways. The law is really clear. They're trying to skew the law. The law is very clear. Let's go on to temple design. The LDS temple website, it says, temples are different from meeting houses. Yeah, they're not churches. They're huge. They're the size of casinos. We know what those are. Once dedicated, attendance is reserved for some. Not even all their people get to go into this structure. It's very limited. Interest is restricted unless you have a temple recommend card. The LDS press conference that they just set out said a temple is different than a church's neighborhood meeting house. We know that. That's because it's supposed to be 5 acres or less. The law was there to protect it. So here's some of their folks. Elder Wilson, he was dealing with the Arizona Dome. We call it the Dome Temple. He said, it fits perfectly in the constraints of what has been established for the county here. It enabled us to do something that didn't require obtaining variances. Why can they do it, but they can't do it here? Their city officials encourage the LDS and architects to stay within the prescribed limitations, right? Early in the process, they were told what the limitations and codes were. What do? We changed the codes for them. We didn't make them follow the codes. We started changing them. McKinney Temple, right? They just denied it. Their planning just denied it. And what did the LDS authorities say? There is no significant tenet of the faith that dictates the height of the steeple. We hear that, right? Their own people are saying it doesn't dictate it. Upper leadership of the church dictates the steeple height. The human being dictates the steeple height. Not all temples have steeples, some have domes. And so here's some all throughout the United States to prove that they don't have to have a steeple or spire for their religious ordinance, their theology. Next page. So when they say it, I'm sorry, I go on evidence. I go on the law, and what they're saying is not true. One more. On this one here, this is Hong Kong, just to reinforce it. In 2019, when they remodeled the place, they took the what do they call that, the little statue and the spear down. And they never put it back up, and they're not going to. If it is so important to their religion to have these huge, tall structures, why do so many of them don't have them? Why do they take them off and don't put them back on? Their theology doesn't support their claim. Here's one in Newport Beach. Here's the one in Arizona with the dome. So you go to the LDS website. Here's what they say. To meet the needs of growing and diverse membership, the LDS Church has evolved its approach to temple construction and design over the years. From their website, a temple design, both internal and external, is secondary to the primary purpose. They stand before you and say it's the primary. Their own website said it's not that important. Their buildings alone, you look at them, they're not that important. So the Smith case, Supreme Court landmark decision, 2 basic questions on analyzing substantial burden. What type of religious exercise does the law burden? None. You can practice out in a tent. What type of impact does the law have on the exercise? None. The multitude of different designs throughout the world demonstrate their theology and religious observance is not defined by the architect or height of their temples. They come in all shapes and sizes. LDS General Authority. We'll just go through these real quick. When something's proven, you don't have to tell your people to write letters into you folks and say how important the steeple is. Okay? You don't have to do that. But that's what they've done, and we've got letters here to prove it. The U.S. Attorney General prohibits... that one. We already got that one. Sorry. So, here's one of the letters. We don't want these to seem scripted, right? Make sure you put in about how important the steeple is. The second letter, well, that's another individual. She tells her folks, please be assured that this project is consistent with city regulations. You just shake your head. Supreme Court Smith decision, churches are not excluded from the enforcement of natural and general applicable laws. Here's a visual. We all know where Queens Ridge is down the street, right? Across from Boca. Those condos, they're 233 feet tall. This temple is 216 feet tall. We're told that there's going to be a 20-foot pad difference between the each. So if you sit and stand down by TP, This structure is going to be 236 feet tall, 3 feet taller than Queens Ridge. That's huge, folks. In a rural you know what I'm talking about. Whew. Okay, so let's go back to the interlocal agreement, right? This gentleman says, get me wild up. Let's just go back here. Must remain two per acre. Shall not accept any general amendments, which you've accepted. Legally, you folks are in violation of state law. The NRS 277.10, reference interlocal agreements, failure to perform any obligation of this contract shall be deemed a breach. The rights and remedies of the parties shall not be exclusive and are in addition to any other rights and remedies provided by law or equal, including but not limited to actual damages. Since us victims, us citizens, are the victims when this is a breach of contract, the courts are starting to allow us, third parties, to sue. Talk about the financial aspect, right? Disclosures. Population in Vegas is 2.9 million. From what we can find from legal documents, population of LDS is 100,000. Give or take, we don't know because we can't find those true numbers. But if we just use that as a round number, we have 3.38% of individuals in this town that are LDS. By building the temple, you are financially impacting the residents by decreasing their buyer's market by over 96%. That's huge. Non-members will not purchase a home in the backyard of a structure that's a casino-sized footprint. They won't do it. NRS, once again, 278.250, take into account the immediate and long-range financial impact of this application. Regulations must be adopted with reasonable consideration to the character of the area and its particular suitability for particular uses, conserving the value of buildings. State law, folks. So in closing, the U.S. Supreme Court has confirmed exemptions for burden on religion are not required from neutral and general applicable laws. That's our zoning laws. They're not exempt from them. The proposed LDS temple is not a church or house of worship defined by their own website. We know it's not. My God, it's huge. The courts have defined churches and temples not to be public and quasi-public. They categorize them as private clubs. It is confirmed by the temple's own rules and access mandates. The temple is just that, a casino size. The LDS current temple design violates every mandated development standard, similar use standard, applicability standard, and interlocal agreement, city and county ordinance, 2050 master plan, and several other NRSs. The Supreme Court justices clearly ruled that the LDS Church mandate to follow zoning laws to include the maximum 35 feet is not exempt, and the law is based on them being religious organization. They got to follow the law. Has anybody here ever heard of the Dillon's Rule? Well, here's what it is. Nevada has been a Dillon Rule state. State law takes precedent over local ordinances in matters where there is a conflict or inconsistency between the two. When a local ordinance conflicts with the state law will prevail. This principle ensures uniformity and consistency across the state, preventing a patchwork of conflicting ordinances from impeding or confusing the application of state law. State law serves as a framework within which local governments operate and exercise their powers. Below are just a few of those. So, you guys changed the CV. State law didn't get changed. State law trumps you. Legislation can only change state law. They can't conflict. So it goes federal, state, city, county. You guys change laws, you're not allowed to do it. I'm sorry. So there's your first conflict. 278.25, zoning districts and regulations. Bill number 2024-8 in the revised CV Civic District 19.10.020 is in violation of state law. The new CV has overreached its government authority, and NRS prevails every time. State laws are enacted by legislative bodies, and only they can change them. That's so we have equity for all people of this community, not a special group. Conflict 2, public quasi-public, right? That's what they want. They want us to say that they're public quasi. They're not. 251.070, all persons entitled to equal enjoyment of places of public accommodation. All persons are entitled to the full and equal enjoyment of the goods, services, facility, privileges, advantages, and accommodations of any place of public accommodation, without discrimination or segregation on the grounds of race, color, religion, national origin, disability, sexual orientation, sex, or gender identity or expression. Everybody has to be the same. To grant the LDS Temple CV District and public quasi is disingenuous and would violate NRS 651.070 and NRS 615.060. Third conflict, NRS, inapplicability to private clubs and other establishments not open to the public. The provisions of inclusive do not apply to any private club or other establishment not in fact open to the public. The temple is not open to the public.
Okay, we've hit our time now, so I'm going to ask you to...
Are you going to shut me down? I have 2 more slides.
Give us your 2 slides, quickly,
Can I get them, please?
Okay.
All right, so we did that one there. So you can't grant that. The fourth one, the last one, interlocal agreement. This is a binding contract. Is set forth fully the purpose, powers, rights, objectives, and responsibility of the contract party. Must remain residential. Shall not accept any general amendment which they've submitted. The following is a contract in breach of the contract. Nowhere in there does it say, no law could anybody find, even my attorney friends couldn't find where it says they get to remain silent because it's a church. It's not written anywhere. Just because you say it doesn't mean it's true, just like the steeple. Just because you say you need it doesn't mean it's true. So the interlocal agreement, yeah, we believe.
Okay, thank you.
I got one more page. We are asking you to deny all applications with no conditions based on the Supreme Court and Circuit Appeals cases, our LUPA, NERC, Civil Rights Act, interlocal agreement, all current laws, and the Dillon rule presented here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, please, thank you. Please, okay, we're going to keep going with the meeting. And now I'm going to go into the support side. I know there are a few people that wanted to speak. I think Mr. Moody, I heard, was one person that was going to take some time. I'm going to give the same amount of time of the supporting side. If there's multiple speakers within that time, that's fine. If there's one, that's fine. However you'd like to approach it. I'll need your name and address for the record, too, please.
You bet. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, my name is Bud Stoddard, and I live at 9112 Frosty Morning Avenue, which is in Ward 4 of the City of Las Vegas, approximately 1,700 feet from the proposed temple site. I strongly support the proposed temple project. I currently serve as the stake president of the Lone Mountain Stake of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That is the area immediately surrounding the temple project, roughly between Cheyenne on the south and Tropical Parkway on the north. The overwhelming majority of people you will hear from this evening live in that area. In the past several weeks, I've spoken with hundreds of members of my stake who are very much strongly in support of this temple, many of whom are here with us tonight. But there are thousands who tried to be here this evening and who were unable to do so because of space limitations. Here is a video of their gathering outside of City Hall earlier this evening. We asked that these members not come inside the chambers so there would be enough room for everyone to express their opinion about the project. The people in this video are not from outside of Nevada. They were not bussed in from Utah. They are people who live in our community who came out this evening to stand for the temple. We hope that you will consider their show of support in addition to those of the supporters from whom you will hear this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Get your name and address for the record, please.
Todd Moody, 7602 Lake Louise Avenue. I live in Ward 6. I'm an attorney. I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I volunteer at the temple up on Bonanza every Wednesday evening, and I'm a former member of this planning commission. I want to thank each of you. Too many people accuse you of things that you would never do. You don't get enough credit for your preparation for evenings like this, and I just want to thank you for your role in improving our community. I'm going to limit my remarks tonight to the lighting and height of the temple. The temple is sacred to us. It's a place where we believe heaven and earth come together. Each time we go to a temple, we make promises to God that make us better neighbors and Christians. We go to the temple to orient or reorient ourselves and find direction in a sometimes dark and confusing world. Temples are a sanctuary for us, and lighted spires are like a beacon in the storms of life. Although every temple is architecturally different, whenever you see one, it's immediately recognizable. Their illumination and spires are part of that. Light is one of the most powerful symbols of Christianity, Judaism, and other faith-based religions. Like the pillar of fire over the ancient tabernacle of Moses, light represents the presence of God. The center spire of the Lone Mountain Temple will connect earth and heaven, reminding us to elevate our thoughts and actions to a higher plane. The lighting on this proposed temple will be nothing like the lighting from the ball fields that are close by. The lighting meets the safety requirements while at the same time projecting enough light onto the surface of the temple, and yet will not spill onto surrounding neighborhoods and into the night sky. As staff aptly reports, the size of the proposed temple also meets the height standards of our code. Church steeples are specifically exempt from maximum height provisions. This is not a 216-foot tall building. It's a 68-foot tall building with a steeple that, as a matter of law, cannot be considered when determining maximum height. Like other temples around the world, this will be a quiet, sacred space. It will be immaculately landscaped, maintained, and reverently used. It will become a landmark. It will beautify our community. We sing in the second verse of My Country 'Tis of Thee, I love thy rocks and rills, thy woods and templed hills. Templed hills are not limited to New England's centuries-old white steepled villages surrounded by rolling green forests. Templed hills include new structures, including a sandstone-colored temple at the foot of Lone Mountain that incorporates elements from historic Las Vegas. This will be a beautiful structure that all of us can be proud of. It's an appropriate use, and I encourage you to follow staff's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. Get your name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is William Stoddard. I'm the temple president of the Las Vegas, Nevada Temple on the east side of town. I simply want to make sure everyone here understands that a temple, such as the Lone Mountain Temple to be built, is the most sacred structure on earth to our faith. It's built to extend exacting standards as His house. In fact, on the words on the outside of the building are holiness to the Lord, the house of the Lord. We revere it as His house. And for that reason, it is lighted at night, not in an obnoxious way, but in a holy and sacred way to draw attention to our God to whom we pray. And for that reason, we have a steeple which points us to heaven, asking us, pointing to us, telling us that's where we pray for guidance, for power, for knowledge, for inspiration, and for peace. I plead with you to approve this temple as an oasis of peace and worship for our saints, our members here in the Las Vegas area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. Okay, we have 19 more minutes. I need your name and address to the record.
I'll make it quick. Aaron Heaton, I live at 4326 Jordan Court, 89129. Our home is less than 1,000 feet from the proposed temple site. It's also within the rural preservation area, and I support the temple project. With so much residential construction already filling nearby areas north of Alexander, setting aside this acreage for a beautiful building and landscaping will only help to preserve and enhance the serenity of the area. Separately, just on a personal note, the tiered design of the temple in the rendering, with each level progressively higher and more narrow, culminating with the spire, is meaningful to me as a reminder of my own spiritual progression and refinement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, my name is Shalene Heaton. Address is 4326 Jordan Court, within 1,000 square feet of the proposed site and in the rural preservation area. My family and I have lived there for 8 years. I wholeheartedly support the temple. I believe that the light of the temple signifies the light of Christ that's within each of us, and having that light helps us to become more like Him, more kind, more peaceful, and that can only improve our community, both members of the church and others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Ellie Parcell. We have lived in the proposed temple site for 9 years, and both my husband and I approve of the building of the temple. However, we are not Mormons. We are Christians who belong to the Methodist Church. I would like to leave you tonight with 3 important words to remember. Build the temple.
Excuse me 1 second. So I was hoping that there was, within these 27 minutes, some speakers that were going to take up large sections of time. I see that that's not the case with the lineup. So again, I'm going to go back to now a max of a minute per person. Please, let's not be redundant on the comments. I do appreciate everyone's effort, and I'm going to have the opposition have the same chance with what we're doing here today. But I want to be able to get through this meeting respectfully. So if there's something you haven't heard specific to a land use, planning, zoning application that you want to put on the record for us to really feed on, great. I realize the passion behind both sides, but I really want this commission to hear specific things that go to lighting, that go to landscaping, that go to certain impacts that may or may not be. So with that, I'm going to start with a minute clock, and I'll go with you.
Mr. Chairman and Commission, my name is Anthony Longo, 9490 Star Vista Court. I live in the city of Las Vegas, also in the rural neighborhood preservation, close to the where the temple will be built. I'm in favor of the temple being built at this location. Some are saying that crime will increase in this area if the temple is built here. I'm a retired police officer from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department with over 30 years of law enforcement experience. I'm very familiar with the crime statistics in our valley. I've looked at the crime statistics of the surrounding area where the temple site sits on the east side of town on Sunrise Mountain. The neighborhood that surrounds the temple there has one of the lowest crime rates and calls for service in the Las Vegas Valley. Of course, as you enter into the more densely populated residential and retail areas much further away from the temple, crime numbers start to increase.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. That's that minute there.
And, okay, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we do have 3 microphones, so if you want to line up, if you're compelled to come up and say something, please, let's get through this.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Chad Hershey. My home address is 5680 Ruffian Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I live in Ward 4. I'm in support of this temple and the meeting house in this proposed location. This temple and meeting house will be a blessing to our congregation and community alike. I would like to add comment to a few specific exterior design elements of this proposed temple and meeting house. The parking lot element, for example, the church's design team takes special care and consideration in all design aspects. This parking lot has been designed using concrete in lieu of asphalt paving. This comes with an increase of cost in the building out of this project versus asphalt paving. This investment reduces the transfer of heat in the area and softens the feel of the lot itself. The attention to detail of the exterior finishes and the perimeter walls design around this project will complement our community. I find strength in Christ, and I know these beautiful exterior finishes and perimeter walls stand as a beacon of strength, security, and unity.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up now. Thank you. Next person.
Greg and Don Hunter. We live at 4386 Micah's Canyon Court.
Mic isn't on.
Okay, I'll jump over.
Thank you.
Greg and Don Hunter. We live at 4386 Micah's Canyon Court. We are on the corner of Craig and Grand Canyon, approximately 1,100 feet away from the proposed temple site. As you can see, I walk my dog every night on the proposed temple site. This is not a desert oasis or pristine desert environment. It's a trash heap. There's garbage everywhere. There are piles of tires, construction refuge of all kinds, landscaping, debris, garbages of all sorts. In fact, my kids call it the chicken field because one night we found a pile of dead chickens over there. I look forward to having a beautiful place of worship that is well maintained and culturally significant to my people and not a landfill next to my house.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, I want to thank you. My name is Guy Casiola. I live at 3916 Broad Meadow Court, 89129. I'm not an active member of the LDS Church. I'm a member of Mountain View Lutheran. I'm in favor of the church being built. I had the opportunity growing up in San Diego to visit the one in San Diego before it was dedicated. The lighting issue is not an issue to me. I mean, they're not lit bright, and they have, it's an architectural wonder with the landscaping, so I'm definitely in favor for the church being built.
Thank you very much.
I think we need more churches in Las Vegas. Thank you.
Hello, members of the council. My name is Benjamin Tam. I live at 3920 Broad Meadow Court, and I am in favor of this temple. I know as a member of the church, one of the biggest things that's very dear to me is the fact that I love my spirituality, and I love that to be my children and my wife to be able to experience that, and this will make it very accessible for us to be able to grow spiritually and to be able to connect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, I want to thank you for your time. My name is Cameron Steed, and I live at 5845 North Campbell Road. I'm 17 years
folks,
old.
I please, no speaking from the crowd, please. I got to be able to hear the words so we can get through this.
I'm 17 years old, and I'm one of the 4 representatives that will be speaking tonight for a lot of the youth in the area who will not be able to speak due to time constraints. Up until recently, like a lot of youth, I have a really busy schedule. I was a full-time student while working a full-time job, and so I didn't really have a whole lot of spare time. And during this time period, the current Las Vegas Temple became one of those rare places of peace and serenity for me. And so I would just like to briefly state that to me, this temple is more than just a building. It's a refuge from life, an oasis in the desert, and it would be a blessing to have in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Brooklyn Boyack. I am 18 years old and a senior in high school. I live at 4325 Geraldine Court and have lived at this address for 13 years, and I live within 1,000 feet of the proposed temple site. I fully support the building of this temple. Every time I attend the temple, I learn about my ancestors and feel more connected to my family. I know that the work done in temples strengthens families, which in turn strengthens communities. The temple fosters an environment of service, promoting love and peace in the surrounding neighborhood. The spire of the temple points our eyes to God, and the lights remind me that Christ is the light of the world. The temple is a beacon of hope both day and night. We build and dedicate these impressive temples as houses of the Lord, and I love the idea of having Jesus as my neighbor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, my name is Carly Jones. I live at 9632 West Gilmore Avenue in the city of Las Vegas, Ward 4, and have for the past 18 years. I live just over 2,000 feet of the temple site. I am in full support of the proposed Las Vegas temple. As a senior at Centennial High School, I often find myself surrounded by vulgarity. These harsh thoughts can be hard to get rid of. My friends and I currently attend the temple located off of Bonanza once a week. All 6 of us will pile into one car and carpool over, which takes us 45 minutes each way. When in the temple, all the noise and confusion I feel in school and work and in the world goes away. The temple is the only place I have ever found that removes that noise and replaces it with a quiet, peaceful calm in which I can feel a connection with God. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, in following your direction, you've seen that we have quite a number of people who I very much appreciate would like to express their support, but also I know it is already late and only getting later. So with the exception of this person and a few others, we're going to kind of wrap up our side, if that's okay with you, but we stand ready for more testimony if it's necessary.
Appreciate
Maybe
that.
we'll have about 3 or 4 more people testify on our side and then turn it over to you and how you want to
I
proceed.
appreciate that. And again, I appreciate the passion I'm hearing, but there has been some redundancy, and I just want to get to, this land use application. So please with that.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Malachi Ogden. I'm 18 years old and I've lived at 10436 Chandra Avenue for the past 4 years. That's about 1 mile from the temple site, and it's within the city of Las Vegas. I fully support the building of the temple and other church facilities. As a high school dropout, a member of a broken family, and a person struggling with self-worth and mental health issues, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has replaced my tumultuous upbringing with one of a firm foundation and purpose. The temple is a building that members strive to enter, and it's one of the few places that I can feel hope. The church has taken me in and served me, which has changed my outlook on life. The church has taught me to be grateful for what I have and to love it again. It's taught me that my different situation is not a downside and that I'm still a valuable person. The church community is in need of me just as much as I'm in need of them. And the temple itself is a symbol of peace and hope that I've used to reclaim my life, and it can be the same to anyone else who may seek the same peace.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Commission. Thank you, and thank you for your patience. My name is John Steinbeck, and I live at 4319 Maltese Crest Circle. My home is just over 700 feet from the proposed temple site. My family and I have lived there for 21 years, and we're very excited to have the temple so close to our home. We welcome this inspirational view that we will have from our backyard. We are in complete support of this project. Over the past few months and tonight, we've heard neighbors and friends talk about the new temple and their concerns. One I would like to address is a public safety concern that has been brought up due to the increased vehicles. I'm not here in an official capacity tonight and not representing any agency. However, I have vast experience in public safety, including supervising the area of the current Las Vegas Temple on Sunrise Manor. That building has not contributed significantly to additional calls of emergency service, and I would not expect this one either to, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Donna Taliaferri. I live at 6280 North Hualapai Way, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89149. I've lived in the RMP for 30 years, and as you can imagine, 30 years ago there wasn't very much there. When we first moved into our home, we discovered that the Beltway was going right through our house, and so that is when my civic participation began. We worked for 3 years to get the Beltway moved, and we did, and we got it moved to where it is today, which is west of all the houses that they wanted to take. That started my civic time, and I served for 8 years on the Lone Mountain Citizens Advisory Council, and then I followed that with Larry Brown appointing me as a planning commissioner for Clark County District C. During this time, I have worked tirelessly to keep commercial and small lots out of the RMP. I watched Chip Maxfield and Larry Brown put the interlocal agreement together, and I know what the spirit of that law was, and it was never to keep churches out. I understand the pressure that you're under. I sat for 12 years in your place, and I know how difficult these things are, but I also know how important your job is.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up your comments, please.
Happy to do so, believe me. As a member of the RMP, I would just like to say that there's not a consensus with the people that are there. I've gotten quite a few letters that weren't so great, but I have received many from people who said they didn't want to come forward because of the contention in the area. I volunteer every week in the temple, in the Las Vegas temple, and I know the reverence and the peace that it gives to all of us. I'm hoping that you will follow staff recommendations and approve this temple, as I know that it will be a great addition to our area. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I'll be quick. I'm Tyler Brady. I live at 4081 Turquoise Falls in the city of Las Vegas, Ward 4. I'm not actually a real active goer of church, but what I did hear that the temple's name was going to be Lone Mountain Temple. And so the first thing I did, as I sell real estate for a living, I am the top 10 real estate agents in Las Vegas, selling over $100 million of residential real estate a year. I bought this location because of the value increase that it will cause by having these homes here. So in the past homes I've bought, they've increased far past my capital gains requirements. So I'm telling you that this is something that will benefit the property values in this area. So for that, I'm in favor of this temple being built.
Thank you, Mr. Brady, and thank you to the supporters for limiting your time. I do appreciate it. It is important that your voices are heard, but we do have to get through the meeting, and I do appreciate you stepping back on some of the comments, but we do see you and we do hear you. With that, I'm quickly going to go to some of the opposition. If there's something specific that you didn't hear from the presentation, I'm going to give each person a minute. But I don't want to hear redundancy. I realize that the presenter was speaking on a large group of people, but there could be some people that weren't with her. I want to go through those. Again, I don't want to hear redundancy. I want to hear some specific things, please. Need your name and address for the record.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, my name is Vicki Sharon. I live at 4718 North Jensen Street, Las Vegas. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important issue. My husband and I have lived in Las Vegas since 1982, and we purchased our current property on North Jensen Street in 2001. When our home was being built, our home builder assured us that the zoning would remain the same, that was rurally zoned and for horses. And he presented to us as evidence the city's plan to turn Lone Mountain Park into an equestrian park with an equestrian trail around the mountain. We have 2 horses on our property, and we ride them through our residential neighborhood at least 3 times per week. Motor vehicles traveling on 215 Beltway to visit the proposed temple would exit on Lone Mountain Road, and North Jensen Street would be the very first street they would come to and turn on.
But we're going to need to wrap up the comments.
To get to the temple. And so changing the zoning from rural residential to civic and building this temple.
We're going to have to wrap up the comments. We're getting redundant, so I'm going to go to the next speaker, please.
Yes, good
Need
evening.
your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Mark Gentile. I live at 8660 Hickam Avenue, so I'm basically right down the street from this project. Lived in Las Vegas in this area for about 20 years, and I'm here to state my opposition to the project and asking you, the commissioners, to maintain and protect a unique part of Las Vegas. I know that I was happy to hear that you all visit the areas that you're considering from earlier tonight, because the way it was described in the presentation is not really accurate. This is a residential rural area. There's ranches, there's people with horses, there's people that don't want streetlights, there's people that don't want curbs, and I'm one of them. That's why we moved there, and that's why we want the protection of where we are. And we're afraid, frankly, we're going to lose our way of life, and we're afraid we're not really being heard. We're not being heard at all. When this project was proposed, they didn't come to the neighbors and say, gee, we're going to do this, let's work something that fits the neighborhood and fits the criteria of where you are. None of that happened at all. It was like 216 feet, that's the way it is. Take it or leave it.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up your comments, Mr. Gentile, please.
Yeah, I mean, can it be lit at different times of day? Non-negotiable. Everything's non-negotiable, so we need you as a commission to help us maintain our neighborhood and
Thank you for
maintain
your
our way of
comments.
life. Thank you.
Can I get your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Dr. Carol Ann Cheney. I live at 4093 Peaceful Dune Street, within Ward 4, less than 1,000 square feet from the proposed temple. I am in opposition. I moved back to the area. I previously lived there for over 20 years during COVID. In order for my own peace of mind, as my practice, I'm a family practitioner, stayed open during COVID. I am specifically opposed to the light pollution and the negative effects it has on humans and animals, migrating birds, wildlife, and to our environment specifically. Recently, in May of this year, Nevada passed specifically specialized license plates to honor our starry skies. We live in, and I did provide pictures to show you. I know we don't have time, but we do live in an area where there are starry skies.
Thank you.
Thank
and if
you.
there are pictures that you wanted to submit for the record, you're welcome to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Missy Young. I live at 4520 North Conquistador, right up the street from the new temple site. And I saw the rendering, the AI-generated rendered image of what their temple would look like at night. But if you Google LDS temple at night, you will see images of these temples all over the country lit up like casinos. And so I have a hard time believing in the image that was submitted here tonight. I encourage you all to Google LDS temple at night to see the images of what they look like in other cities. And oh yeah, here's some great ones if you want to show this picture. LDS members are saying that our property values are going to go up. What makes the LDS members think that we all the residents who live there, want to pay higher taxes on our property values in order to support their temple? Why are we being asked to do that? And our property values only go up if we sell to other Mormons, because they're the only ones who are going to want to live there. And the other thing I want to say is that earlier tonight you amended a request for a sign at a school because it would impact the neighbors if they had to look at that sign at night. I ask you to take the same consideration in when considering how the residents of this area feel. And for the LDS members to say that this connects them to Jesus, I have a hard time understanding that when Jesus was a poor man who had no place to lay his head. And that is the one, I'm wrapping it up right now. The one symbol of Jesus is not a steeple, it is the cross, which is conspicuously absent from all of your buildings everywhere.
Thank you very
much. And I don't
much.
understand that.
Can you get your name and address to the record, please?
My name is Katie Corsi. I live at 4245 North Chieftain, 1 block from this proposed project, and I am vehemently opposed to it. This has nothing to do with religion for me. It has to do with the laws of the land. I bought my land and built my home in 1991. 33 years I've lived in this neighborhood 1 block away from where they're going to put this thing. This was zoned for half-acre plus properties with no streetlights, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, or off-site improvements. I was aware of the possibility of a few schools, as stated, in the area. to be built someday to the west of me, but was confident that this rural zoning of half-acre plus lots would be protected because this rural neighborhood worked extremely hard to establish rural preservation areas, civic zoning guidelines, and interlocal agreement that would protect us from general plan amendments and preserve our rural way of life. I feel this $200 billion developer has decimated my faith in local government protecting my individual rights by being able to steamroll a quiet rural neighborhood into submission by changing long-established rules, laws, agreements, and protections for its people. The developer disregarded my question at the February 28th meeting regarding the CV zoning, and at that time, the development did not meet the CV zoning, so I felt protected.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, Katie. Thank you.
Yes, I will. Since that time, the CV zoning language was rewritten. I was not notified of any possible CV zone change or any meetings regarding one. Please reestablish my faith in local government and vote no. Follow the laws of the state. Vote no to this general plan amendment.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Thank you for this opportunity to speak and your understanding and patience in this matter. Based off your agenda, it appears you have already made your decision. I am opposed to this temple location. My name is Carolyn DeShane. I live at 9109 Desert Paintbrush Way, 89129. I live 3 miles away from Lone Mountain since 2015. Just because the members are here today to present and support, it doesn't mean that a 216-foot spire is appropriate. If LDS wants to promote their spire height as towards the heaven, that is fine, but don't have it phallic shaped. The temple will attract more out-of-state visitors in our neighborhood. We are not the sightseeing part of town. Some of these roads were built in late 1990s with no recent upgrades. They are county-owned, not city. More potholes, more traffic on horseback, pedestrians. You saw my photo. More pedestrian deaths, bicycle accidents. They don't obey the 35 to 45 mile an hour zone that's already on Lone Mountain, Craig, or Cheyenne. Lights at night will not be turned off. Yes, it looked lovely that they have them down, but I've seen the San Diego. I lived in San Diego. That temple is bright light right next to the Freeway 5. I don't believe their heat map. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Can I get your name and address?
Hi, my name is Michael Lippy, 4039 Desert Trace Court. About 100 yards away from where the temple will be. Just 5 quick points. This is a planning commission meeting, so I believe there's no place for religion. So with all due respect, that should not play into the decision. The church is not compatible with the surroundings. They've demonstrated that they can change in other locations. The dome, I believe there's pictures of churches that are more compatible in the area. The original speaker said it's just a church. If it was just that, you wouldn't have this many people here. I think one of the commissioners said yourself it's the most people that have ever shown up in 13 years. So obviously, it's more than just a church. She also brought up the other areas that are immediately adjacent. Lone Mountain, that's in my backyard. The Lone Mountain Park, the Majestic Park ball fields. Those are for everybody. I can use them. I can walk there. I can go. I take my dog to the dog park every morning. And last but not least at all, I think the most important, the arrogance and unwillingness to compromise by hiding under the name of the Lord, I feel is unacceptable. Thank you very much.
Can I get your name and address for it? Please, we got to get through this. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Victoria Bremner, 7810 West La Madra. I have been a resident of the RMP in the same house for 30 years. And 3 quick points on why I'm against this that hasn't been covered. You haven't addressed the shade that a 65-foot building is going to cast on the neighborhood. This is a residential area, and a 65-foot high, is not including the spire, is going to cast a tremendous shadow in that neighborhood. You haven't addressed how does a building that has at its top 212 feet needs FAA involvement. Any building that requires the FAA to be involved should not be in a residential area. And the third thing is they're building a 65-foot usage, a 3-story building in the temple. There goes the privacy for anyone in that neighborhood in their backyards because it is above everyone else who has to abide by half acre or more, 5 acres or less, 35 feet or lower. I am okay with the church in the neighborhood as long as it adheres to the existing CV, not the newly rewritten one by their people to get this through.
Thank you for the new points. I do appreciate that. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening. My name is Demetria Kalfas Gordon. I live at 8920 Silent Brook Court. I want to state three things. The height of the Las Vegas temple spire is only 137 feet. So why does this one need to be 216? Number one. Number two, nobody's addressed the fact that they're talking about all this beautiful landscaping, which is great, but everybody is being made to cut down on water usage, but that's not being addressed. So normal people have to cut down on their water, but we can go ahead and water this 10-acre parcel. The other thing is they talk about the schools and the neighboring on the left, right, and behind them. The schools are not higher than in our neighborhood anyway. They're not higher than 35 feet. So why do they compare it to these restrictions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Folks, I'm just going to have to stop with the clapping, please, so we can get through and I can hear names. Can I get your name and address for the please?
My name is Barbara Manier, 5135 North Riley Street.
Thank you.
I'm opposed to the proposed temple. It's a real concern because the excessive traffic in a rural preservation area. It was never designed when you guys put the codes, the zoning, the master plan in, it was never designed to be able to have that amount of traffic. You have a temple now that's going to be 500 and some parking spaces, and they've indicated here that they're going to be Tuesday through Saturday from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., and on Sundays you have 3 different services. Now you take all of those, so you're basically 6 days a week that you have a massive temple with all this traffic in the arteries that were never designed that way. If you've been out in our neighborhood, in our rural preservation area, there's still some areas that are 1 lane each way. So all these arteries throughout the preservation area are going to end up with all this traffic on it. It's already happened with some of the schools that are doing that, let alone a temple that's doing that. And also with the 2017, the Paris Temple, brand new, was built, LDS, and that temple was built without any steeple whatsoever.
Thank you, Barbara.
So we don't need
wrap up
that.
your comments. Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Good evening. My name is Renee Newman. My address is 8685 Christopher Lee Circle, Las Vegas, 89129. I'm a native here. I guess I'm the first one to say that. My husband's a 4th or 5th generation, but long story short, I'm opposed to the temple. I also agree that it's not qualified for that piece. It's too high for the location. It's going to block the mountain we built, and I can see my old house here. I've been in this zip code for almost 38 years. So we've moved. I can see my old house 4 blocks away, and I can see that temple right out of my backyard. So at the same time, I don't believe that it belongs here, and I think that when they purchased that land, one of 2 things happened. They either didn't do due diligence, which I think they did, and they did find out and know that the property did not have the correct zoning, and the reason we all oppose it has nothing to do with the religion, has to do with the fact that it doesn't qualify for that property and in the rural preservation. And that's why we built where we're at, and I've lived here my whole life.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Thank you.
Can I leave the address out but tell you where I live? It's real simple. Ann Road in Durango, Canyon Creek North. Moved there in 1995. And I was brought to the attention by my realtor.
I didn't catch your name, I'm sorry.
Harry Van Gorp.
Thank you, Harry.
Centennial Hills Town Center, and this whole development, none of it was there. Ann Road off-ramp wasn't there. And I was informed the spaghetti bowl we're going to have up there was going to be built way back then. This lady knew her, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I've enjoyed Low Mountain. I'm against the thing, and I'm going to bring up something that no one ever brought up. If a Catholic cathedral like Europe, where my family comes from, wanted to build that there, I'd be against it too. And where are we going to get the water to landscape 8 acres with green? When I got to take my grass out and my landscaping at my home, and new homes in that whole area can't have grass in their front yard, where's the water going to come from to landscape 8 acres of green trees in the desert where they don't belong?
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Matt Hackley, 4335 North Chieftain. I do live within the 1,000 perimeter.
markings. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying up late and hearing our concerns. We are not anti-temple. I hope that has been made very clear tonight. We are simply opposed to the impact that this will have on our community. For my family, specifically, it is the impact it will have on the horse equestrian community. We ride our horses through these streets. Cars and horses do not mix. This is a recipe for disaster. So if we allow the supposed 100 cars an hour or an extra additional 1,200 cars a day as they are proposing, this creates an environment unsafe for me and my family to now enjoy the neighborhood that we bought into. And as I go to sell my property now as a horse property, I am now limited to those who are going to want to buy my property because we can no longer use the area as it was designed to be used for. So I'm asking you as the city representatives who work for us, the people, please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Bethany Edgel. My address is 5790 North Park Street. I'm a member of the Lone Mountain Rural Preservation Community. I ride my horses to the arena and the surrounding neighborhood around the temple, and as has been said before, there is a significant danger to us posed by an increase in traffic to me and my horses and my dogs, as well as the local wildlife, as one other person said. I was raised a Mormon, and I understand why they want a temple. It doesn't need to be located in a spot that will negatively impact the surrounding rural neighborhood. I'm also a member of the LGBT community and have experienced the Mormon Church organizing against my constitutional rights in a similar manner as seen today. I'm grateful religious desire ultimately didn't influence national law. I hope all of Valerie's legal points will be seriously considered. In conclusion, Lone Mountain is special to all of Las Vegas and doesn't need to become a backdrop to one specific religion, especially at the expense of equestrian and wildlife safety. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Sandy Reed. I live at 3605 Blackheart Street, about a little over 1,000 feet from the proposed site. I just learned about this project a couple of weeks ago. I wish I knew more about it earlier, but I'm here now. My opposition is not about religion or spirituality. People can believe or do whatever they want. I just don't think the location is good. I go to Lone Mountain very often with my dog. We hike around the mountain. We hike up the mountain. And when you get up to Lone Mountain, which is quite a feat, you look out and you see the whole city. And I can tell you that if you see a big temple right next to you, that's what I called view, V-I-E-W, pollution. There's light pollution, that's view pollution. And a lot of us use Lone Mountain for serenity, peacefulness, and I'm not saying that they're going to have noise or too much, but I just think that area is for openness and for us to use our time to walk and think and have our own spirituality.
Thank you.
Thank you
for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record?
My name is Christy Repp. I'm 4464 North Dapple Gray. I'm like 5 blocks from where it's at. I have taken the time to research where I purchased my home over 22 years ago and lived, and I went out there for this rural preservation area, the light and the calm. The primary intent of the temple is a place to gather and worship, and that's great. However, there's nothing that says it can't be accomplished in a shorter and wider building, which was clearly identified with Mesa, Arizona, and a few other locations, Hong Kong, etc. The board had them fit in. They're trying to fit into an existing residence and location. It's important to note that the temple is trying to force itself in there, and it's not conforming with the area of which many of the residents already purchased, like we said. There's plenty of other locations that they can go to where they can build a community around that. One thing I did note is that people talked about the calmness. Nobody's talking about the infringement on my spiritual rights. My spiritual rights are the calmness of the environment. That's why I moved out there. And I also had a note about the visual noise as well. I can't turn it off. It's on the time.
Thank you for your comments. Thanks for coming out.
Good evening, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Greg Williams, 8635 West Fisher. I'm surrounded by, but apparently not part of Ward 4. And we just moved to Las Vegas a year ago. Relax. We didn't come from California. We moved here from Chicago, so we're no strangers to contentious politics. And so I understand that you're faced with a little dilemma here this evening. I'm going to suggest that when we came to Las Vegas, we fell in love with this neighborhood for the very reasons that all these kind people that have lived here for decades have talked about. My partner, for the first time in her life today, saw a roadrunner in our backyard. She didn't even know what it was, okay? We've seen urban sprawl destroy the city of Chicago. exceptions, one at a time, made for this group or this building or that building, and the next thing you know, the entire suburban sprawl spreads out 20, 30 miles from the city. Think about that very carefully before you guys decide to start making exceptions to a rule that you've had in place for a long time. Also, I'd like to point out very briefly, because I'm here in my time, that I've heard several people be denied tonight for minor variances of a few feet to their property line or an existing structure that they're trying to get an exception for, and without exception, the excuse that they were given for denial was because it doesn't fit in with the character of the neighborhood or doesn't fit in with the visual aesthetic of the property or their neighbors.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please? I didn't hear. What was that?
I was just waiting for them to finish clapping. My name is Cody Middleton, and I am currently residing at 3890 South Nellis Boulevard in unincorporated Clark County. I don't live in the area. I don't live in the city of Las Vegas. I don't have a dog in the fight. When I first heard about the proposed LDS temple, I looked at both sides of the argument with open eyes. But upon visiting the location myself, I don't believe a structure of this height is proportionate to the surrounding rural neighborhood and Lone Mountain. I am a Roman Catholic Christian, and the good Lord knows we have some of the tallest cathedrals and churches in the world, but I don't support a religious building of this height in this location considering the circumstances. It's also my understanding that I'll finish up real quick. It's also my understanding that the response from local residents at the neighborhood meeting was generally negative. I'm not against the LDS church building a temple, but I am against it in this particular location. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Allison Bonanno, 7260 West Azure Drive. I have the honor of serving on the Clark County Lone Mountain Citizens Council as well as the Community Development Advisory Committee, and I'm also the block captain for my neighborhood watch for the Northwest Area Command. And with these appointments, I've had the honor of interacting with all of our local communities. And then I understand that members of your commission cannot be everywhere and accessible to everyone on all matters, so I come to you as a representative of the local community, and your decisions have a much greater impact than the small councils and committees that I have the honor of serving. But the neighbors in this Lone Mountain and R&P areas are reminiscent of a time that you only see on television shows now. Think of Nick at Night. They are neighbors helping neighbors, looking out for each other. They are bound to each other by the love of the neighborhood in a very unique area. And every 2 weeks when we meet on our Lone Mountain Citizens Council, we hear, I want a zoning change, I want this, I want that. Once you build it, that's it. You can't go back, and it's precedent. Please don't set a precedent that we cannot come back from. That's what we're asking for you to listen. We have asked many times for, the residents have asked continuously for compromise from the LDS leaders, city and county elected officials, and each attempt was failed, and even begin discussions. And I understand that this is a political hot potato, but we need your leadership. And we may be muted compared to the masses in blue shirts, but our voices are strong and righteous, and legally we have that on our side.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, planning commissioners, Commissioner Kasama. I am Bridget Salvi. I live at 7030 North Conquistador Street. And I come here on behalf as my role as the current president of the Northwest Rural Preservation Association. It is a group of neighbors that created a state not-for-profit to protect the rural area of the Lone Mountain and what is now considered La Madre, or Centennial Hills, also the R&P that remains on to the north side of the 215. This proposal is inappropriate for this area. And I sent a letter to you each, and I'll state it just really briefly. Let me be clear, this association and who I represent is not against the church, nor seeks to restrict its ability to practice their belief, okay? This association is in opposition to the proposal as was presented. Nothing here has been discussed except for the February 28th meeting. I have called and spoke with the representing attorney at least 3 times, and to no avail. Her hands have been tied. I was told her client is a quote-unquote hard client. There has been no discussion
I'm going to ask you to wrap up your comments,
yes,
Bridget. Thank you.
I have taken upon myself to reach out to a major developer in town who's purchased a large amount of BLM property. And I would suggest, something that hasn't been done here, a proposal to relocate this to a further west, an area that is not touched, and you can build a master plan community with this temple in welcome arms and
Thank
be
you, Bridget. I'm going to ask you to wrap up. I'm going to go to the next speaker.
So thank you. Please deny.
Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Cody Akiazi, 4234 North TP Lane. I'm about 150 feet or so from this site. A couple things on the real estate side. We've heard proponents on it's going to increase value. Some saying it's going to be negative. But, one specific question is question 11. Any other conditions or aspects of the property that will materially affect its value on use in an adverse manner? NRS 113.130 and 113.140. The answer to that's going to be yes for every single seller in the area, particularly those that are going to be able to see the short distance to the light. One thing I want to bring to attention to is the FAA was discussed, but it triggers at above 150 feet. There's going to be mid-level lights that are going to be illuminated all night long. Those are the red beacon lights, as well as on the top a 360-degree light, blinking all-night light. And those blink every 2 seconds for the entire night. So, and at 216 feet, this is taller than most airport traffic control centers in the country, right? And so you're in a rural area with one beacon light shining all night long every 2 seconds. I want you guys to imagine your backyards that way. You go home and you look at that every single day and tell me, Mr. Buyer, is that going to affect the value of your property? Thank you.
Thank you, Cody. Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Billy Caligeris, 4380 North Chieftain Street. We're about 1,500 feet away from the proposed temple. I know traffic was kind of talked about a little bit, but one thing that I do want to mention is all those roads over there are 1-2 lane roads, so they're all going to need expanded. There's room for expansion, but our neighbor behind us, if you expanded Craig, they're not even going to be able to get into their driveway. Their driveway is going to have to be too steep at that point. It's going to lose out our RV parking. One of the sole reasons why we bought our house is to have that RV parking. If you look on Fort Apache, when it was expanded, there's a home there where they had RV parking that came right out onto Fort Apache. Now there's a 4-foot block wall there. They can't even use it. So
thank you for your
comments.
comments.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Richard Gomez. I live at 4337 Velvet Ridge Court. I open up my back sliding door and I look out my back window and I see Lone Mountain. It's 2.5 miles away. I know because I run that trail all the time. When I look out that window, I see a beautiful mountain, which the young lady that was representing the Latter-day Saints, she showed us pictures of how beautiful that area is, of how beautiful the mountain looked. The commissioners and forefathers before you gentlemen and ladies made these rules and zoning requirements having the vision to keep the area rural and a community in a country atmosphere. We know that because they made Lone Mountain Park. It even has a horse corral, horse park over there. They also made the City U Park, which is on the other side of the mountain. The young lady representing the Latter-day Saints also stated about the temple was only going to be occupied 5 days a week, and I believe it was a community center was only going to be occupied 1 day a week. She made it sound like that was only going to be happening 1 day a week, but if you total that up, that's 6 days a week that we're going to be dealing with traffic and all the congestion.
Thank you, Mr.
And then she pointed out also that the school district owned 3 parcels of land around the area. I haven't seen any 2, 3, 4-story buildings for the school district, so the most it would be 20 feet, which is the average level.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to wrap up your comments so I can move on to the next speaker. We've gone well past 1 minute. Thanks.
Valerie Edwards at 8965 Helena Avenue. The proposed project doesn't just barely fall outside the intended use of the original zoning, it blows them all out of the water. To approve this project is to reject the value of the integrity of the rural preservation concept. Lone Mountain is the landmark for the area, not a temple. Lone Mountain, I think, is 560 feet of elevation. The temple would be about almost 40% of that. Schools are typically, because they are zoned for, or they own some of the property, Clark County School District, they're 1 to 2 story buildings. Our homes are 1 to 2 story buildings, plus the parking with 500 spaces. I don't know where they're going to pull them out of. If you come off of 215, you're still going to have to come down rural streets to get to the temple. So I oppose the proposal.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Summer Golia, Golia. I live at 9115 West Hammer Lane, and I've been there since 1993. There's also the property is home to desert tortoise, the endangered, tortoise. So I would hope that precautions would be made to keep them safe. Also, homes developed in my area they bring in about 96 inches of fill dirt, and there's an extreme slope on the property. So raising the lot that high, and it's going to force the flood waters when it does rain all downhill to the residents. So mitigating that flood water is a major concern. So that's all.
Thank you. Christian?
Hi, my name is Christian Salmon at 9060 West Washburn Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89149. Just a couple things to correct some items. The 68-foot of livable or usable space, I understand that argument, but it's the whole building, and that includes the spire. And there's a part up that's not walk-aroundable that is part of the building also. The NRP is designated, our area is designated on the city's 2050 master plan. So when they say it's not there, that just doesn't make any sense. If this were to pass, what developers normally do, and you guys know, they get it passed and then they're going to make corrections and additions and mess around with it that way. Postcards were almost totally against this proposal when you look at what has been collected. If we can have our neighborhood stand so we can have people recognized that are here and are opposing this. And thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that, and thank you for standing up. And again, thank you for being respectful of our time. I know there was a lot of people out front, and I've heard there was some in opposition as well, but the majority was for it. But just to note on the record, there were some in opposition. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing. Ask the applicant to come back up, and I'll give you a few minutes to go through any specific things that you wanted to address that you heard that you want to add some clarity on.
Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight on behalf of the applicant. I think that I'll just summarize a few things. Our reading of the case law and other provisions with our LUPA provide protections for this application as it's been presented to you. I will not go into our research on that for tonight for brevity's sake, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I will turn it over to the commission, and I'm basically going to go down the line and end with Commissioner Kusama. But I do, before we go there, I'd like to maybe go to the director to talk about the CV portion that's been brought up multiple times on all fronts and give some clarity as you've done in the past. I'd like to hear that again, please.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seth Floyd for the record. We've gotten quite a few comments and questions about the civic zoning district, what it says and how it was passed. And I went over this to some degree in our forum that we had last week, and you can find that on our website if anyone wants to go back and take a look at that. But that conversation started back in July of 2023. What our staff had been finding over the years leading up to that is there were a lot of variances that were requested. In fact, almost half of our requests on civic properties requested variances. Primarily, those were school district properties. We also found that there is a wide variety of design for different types of public facilities, water district facilities, schools, churches, other things. And so what we did is we proposed as staff that we narrow the different entities that could use the civic zoning district, but then broaden and gave more flexibility to the development standards. That came before Planning Commission in November of last year. It was approved unanimously, and then it went to City Council in March. So that's the legislative history from our side on that.
Okay. And I guess I'd like to You know, there was a large discussion or in the presentation about Arlupa and the different components of that. You know, from me, from what I've seen, the guidance that we get through the zoning code puts us in a position where our vote isn't really brought one way or the other. I feel like we're working under a standard, and I'd go to council to maybe speak on that a little bit.
Yes, Chair. John Rodilla, Assistant City Attorney for the record. Arlupa is a federal law that preempts local land use ordinances that bar land use regulations that substantially burden religious exercise, except where justified by a compelling government interest that the government pursues in the least restrictive way possible. So in the context of our code, we would not be able to have something in the code that would substantially burden a religious exercise without the pursuit of a compelling government interest. And I think with Mr. Floyd's comments about the CV zoning and particularly the changes in regards to the makeup of the structure, our code is my understanding, and it's why staff is recommending approval. Our code is, the applicant's project is consistent with our code as it is written today with these changes that are proposed.
Okay. Thank you for going on record with that and adding some clarity. You know, I will say, I guess I'll start with some comments, if that's okay, Commissioner Taylor, before I go to you. You know, I understand the rural side of things. I happen to have a property in the county in a rural area. I understand through development how it feels like things are chipped away and the protections that you want to try to have. I do see this area, which I drove multiple times, and I could see really a puzzle, you know, of a lot of different zoning from the south, going past the site to the north, going farther down to the east, where there's more density to the south, where it's more rural to the north, where it turns into streets that don't have curb and gutter and lighting there. I do feel that this application, I feel that staff got a lot of things right. However, I do have some comments. You know, and for the last 45 days, I've been driving by meeting houses and literally every day paying attention to look at traffic. I don't see the traffic impact. I'm not seeing or feeling, and I see what happens on Sunday, but I'm telling you, I've driven different times of the day, and I'm just not seeing the impact that's going to be there with traffic. I do have concerns about the future of other sites with schools, which we're not here to talk about, but that's something I think that Public Works should start really looking at now on you know, hopefully how to mitigate some of these things that come up. But for this specific use, I'm not seeing it. For the landscaping, I see an abundance of landscaping. I see a lot of trees. I realize those go on drip systems that, you know, this isn't like a lawn with big sprinklers that are just constantly going everywhere. I know there's very specific things that the water district makes you plant, so they're drought tolerant, and a balance of achieving something Commissioner Taylor has been a champion of, which is canopy and heat island effect to help reduce it. The drainage, I do have some questions on that. You know, typically, if something is approved and going forward, there's a drainage study that's put in before issuance of building permit. And I haven't seen, looking back in the past, any decision that we've made with projects where there's been a negative impact when that process is done. Now, one thing I haven't seen is a city property that essentially goes up to a county property and understanding what happens in that transition with drainage. How are those other properties affected? Is the onus just on when the development comes? Sorry, Lucian, I'm looking right at you. Is the onus put right on that other property owner and the county to consider something that's happening into the city? Because I don't want to see something where it just washes out people further down the road. I understand why the denial of the sidewalks and saying they have to be put in, And I can see the same thing with the school. But can you comment on that with the drainage and how that plays out?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Generically speaking, the drainage law in Nevada is that you cannot increase the flow that is currently there in its natural state. You can't increase that flow onto the adjacent property. So if you have water coming from, say, the west, which in this area would be west, going to the east, they have to not increase the downstream rate of flow in a storm event. And so they'll have to, I don't know, they'll have a study yet, but they have different mitigation things like on-site detention or capturing, putting things in storm drain, taking it to its natural flow. Like basically all the washes are your natural flows of drainage as they are today. So, and they may use like a riprap or something like that to slow erosion down because you don't want to increase erosion. You want to kind of keep, and that's the good thing about curb and gutter is the city can maintain curb and gutter. Great, it holds up great against rain. So.
Okay, so based on the site, the drainage study and the drainage improvements take into consideration of altering it further down the road and making sure that it doesn't increase it to cause a burden further down the road. Is that correct?
Yes, it's required that they cannot adversely impact the adjacent property.
Okay, I appreciate that. One thing I heard over and over again was the impact of the light. I'm very sensitive to that. I see, I'd like the applicant to talk about the parking lot lights, but specific to the building lights, you showed us a heat map. You've shown me in a briefing like a drone thing that showed how it stopped at a certain point beyond the building and wouldn't spill off. And I'm kind of turned into a trust but verify person, and I feel like for me to get behind an application for support, I would need some type of condition that before certificate of occupancy, or to get certificate of occupancy, there's something shown to the city staff that light from the building isn't bleeding over to the neighbors. That's something that is kind of a hard line for me as far as for my support. But beyond that, and in the city, I would ask them to craft if this is going forward that direction, a condition that falls in line there. But can you speak to the parking lot lights and how that will function?
Sure. So if you can look at the overhead again. Thank you. So a couple of things where there are light sources, I'll say it that way. As I indicated, there is no light on the steeple of the meeting house. There are lights proposed on the temple building itself. Then there are parking lights dispersed throughout the site overall, and then there are street lights on the 4 streets. So I'll just kind of talk about those in kind of reverse order again. So this was the exhibit that I showed during my presentation that shows where the light is. I call it a heat map. I don't know if that's accurate, but it depicts where the light of the temple is, and it stays on the temple. And so when you move towards any of the streets, which again, the private properties or the school district properties sit on the other sides of those streets, there is no light from the temple that even gets close to our property line. So if you had any kind, if you had a condition that talked about the fact that there couldn't be, or the foot candle at the property line, meaning our property line, had to be at a certain amount, we could comply with that because we know the light, we have a lighting expert that's done this, we know that the light on the temple is not going to light up any of the other properties. So we would be happy to agree to a condition that says that the foot candle, if that's the appropriate way to say it, the foot candles at our property line have to be a minimal amount so as to ensure that the light from the temple is not lighting up any adjacent properties. If I could move on to the parking lot light?
Please.
Okay. So with the parking lot lighting, let me just show you. So a couple of things. So first of all, this is the proposed parking lot lighting. You can see that it comes up and the light itself is underneath this metal part, meaning it would shine directly down. So I wanted to show that. The Kelvin lighting for all of our temple and our parking lot lights is at 4,000. I'll make sure I'm right on that. I've learned a lot about lighting in a very short period of time. On the scale of I'll say bright, people think of like Christmas lights. You have like kind of the warmer yellow all the way to the like more white blue. The whiter blue is a brighter or an increase in the kelvins. With it being 4,000, you're going to have a little bit more of that warmer lighting. So I just want to kind of point out in terms of brightness, there are variations even within the kind of lights that you can use, and the lighting level that we would use both in the parking lot as well as on the temple would be at 4,000 Kelvin. With respect to the parking lot lights itself, at the direction of the commission, if it's appropriate, we would be happy to turn those lights off at night. We would ask if we were going to do that just because of the hours where people are either coming in, volunteers start, or volunteers leaving when the temple is closed, that we could perhaps offer that the parking lot lights itself across the entire site would be turned off from like 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. And then, but I would suggest that we do caveat to that with some type of motion sensor. I think that's just for the safety of not only our property but the surrounding property. So the only way one of the parking lot lights could come on during that time if there was any type of motion that happened on the site. But the parking lot lights would go off at night, that would be acceptable to us if that's something the commission wants to consider. Did I address your questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, that these aren't 2 in the morning, we have a fully lit parking lot, and you've answered the question. So, again, I heard light quite a bit, both the importance of it, because of the faith, but the importance of it because it's in the neighborhood and they don't want it bleeding over, and I agree. So I feel like the protection that gets there is that condition that essentially shows that, what you're representing today is what the neighbors would end up with, and it isn't something that's spilling out over, and that wouldn't be right. Okay, and for clarity, the street improvements are all the way around.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. 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 With that, I'm going to go down to Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few clarifying questions for Ms. Lazovich. And I first want to say I know this is not, Ward 6, but we in Ward 6 have received from our neighbors support on this item, and so I wanted to just mention that there is support coming in from other wards on this, and I do have some of the same lighting concerns that the chair expressed, but let me just ask a couple of my clarifying questions from some of the opposition comments. There was a reference to like a beacon light. Can you speak to that, Ms. Lazovich?
I think the reference to it is, any type of FAA requirement that may be at the very top of the temple. There is a condition in the staff report that addresses that. It requires us to file a form, I think it's 7460 with the airport. And if something is required, we would comply. If nothing's required, it is not our intention to put on a red flashing light or a red steady light unless required.
Okay. And I would just say you are a tiny bit far from the microphone right now.
Oh, that is not like me not to talk loudly. I am back awake and ready to go.
Okay, I agree. It is not like you not to talk loudly and clearly. Okay. And then I'm sorry if I missed this. It has been late, but I think that we spoke about what, to the chair's point, what size trees were going to be throughout the lot. And I know we talked about having that 36-inch box tree throughout the parking lot, and I just wanted to check in on whether or not that was something that had been put into the plans, and also what you think the impact of having those larger trees from the get-go might be on shading some of those parking lot lights.
So our plan as submitted to the city right now does not show that all the trees across the site are 36-inch box. It does show that the perimeter has 36-inch box, and then when you come into the center in the middle, there are a combination of 36-inch box and 24-inch box. I personally know how important that is representing other applications to do the 36-inch box across the site, whether it's on the exterior or the interior, with the hope that the larger the tree, the faster you get to that tree canopy, which is helping with the overall heat island effect. So the answer would be we would be open to a condition. We're not far off from all of them being 36-inch box, but a condition that would require every tree on site to be 36-inch box, again with the belief and hope, and I think it's true, that they're starting out bigger, they're going to get bigger quicker, which will help with that heat island.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, if that's a condition that could be added in, I would appreciate that. I appreciate you talking about the grading, because that was a question that I had. And so one of the neighbors referenced that there was a 20-foot pad difference. And if you can kind of clarify, she mentioned that there was a pad difference of 20 feet that would actually elevate it, even though you mentioned that you wouldn't be bringing in fill.
Thank you for that. Sorry about that. Trying to intuit what the comment was. So the drainage moves from base, I'll say that it's a little more technical in terms of diagonally, but I'll say just for ease of reference, from Grand Canyon to TP. So the property over on this side is a little higher, and then it drops this way. We don't know where the reference to the 20 feet is coming from. We know that there, from our preliminary drainage study, is a 12-foot drop as you moved from Grand Canyon to Teepee. So that would be just our one clarification. Again, as I indicated during my presentation, the church has said they are not increasing fill on this site intentionally to raise up either building. And in fact, they will be removing some fill in order to comply with drainage and get the site to drain.
Okay. Thank you for confirming that, and again, clarifying that there will not be intentional fill brought in. And I had another question about floodwaters, but I think that Lucian has done a great job talking about what the options are to avoid that impact on neighbors. One of the boundaries you didn't talk about was the houses that sit between Chieftain and Teepee with fluorine at the top corner of the lot. Do you happen to know, sort of from maybe the corner of the temple to the start of that subdivision, what the distance is?
Just 1 second. I'll give you my best. Okay, so on this map, I can show you on a different one, but this one's a little bit better to see because you can see where the temple sits. But this right here is fluorine. Here is TP, and if you just went kind of right over to this area, that's where Chieftain is, I believe. And then there's some homes that sit just to the north of Alexander, kind of right over in this area, with TP running in between. So if the temple from here to the BLM property that's in a direct line is 700 feet away, I'm going to just guess to the back of those, I mean, granted it'd be on a diagonal, but around the same distance.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lazovich. And then I just have a couple more questions, I think. What is the meeting house capacity? I don't know that you mentioned that.
Let me see if I can answer it this way. I don't know so what meeting houses typically will have per service is 250. I just got my architect just responded. Around 250, but that's per service. So that's, there's 3 on Sundays.
Okay.
250 to
okay
or so.
And then my final question was, I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the traffic study, because there was, again, a reference to 1,231 trips a day, and that, you know, based on what you were saying about how the temple would be used on a daily basis, how the meeting house would be used on Sundays, I just wanted to see if there was any sort of clarification, better detail. Is that the correct number? Is that during peak hours? Like, how does that actually break down?
So it may be more appropriate to, if you want to do this, to have Public Works come up and address some of these, since I am not the technical expert, or sorry, traffic to come up and address these, since I'm not the technical person. There was also a summary that said that the development itself, again with the 2, would add about 2 trips every minute during the weekday, just to sort of spread it out. So I know that was stated in the staff report, but I also, that wasn't like all those cars are coming to the site at the exact same time. That's somewhat, and the expert is walking up as I fumble my way through this. I think that is really kind of over a certain period of time, and so when you break that down into what does that really feel like to the people who live out there, it would be more like 2 trips a minute or so. And I'm going to stop talking.
Thanks, Ms. Paskey, for coming down.
Thank you.
Good evening. Joey Paskey, Director of Public Works, for the record. So speaking specifically to the peak, so you mentioned over 1,200 cars. That is the estimate for the entire thing for a whole day. So if you look at, when we typically look at a traffic study, we're looking at the roadway and traffic conditions with and without the development, and oftentimes we look at what we call the peak hour, which is the busiest hour of the day. In this case, it seems to be the evening peak hour, generally between 5 and 6 p.m. The proposed development anticipates about 120 trips in that evening peak hour, which only marginally meets the minimum threshold that we use to perform a study. Typically, if we're going to perform a traffic study, we're going to have somebody perform a traffic study. 100 trips in the peak hour is our threshold. So this is just over it, but this is a special use site, so we thought it was appropriate to continue with that. And as Ms. Lazovich said, that is approximately 2 cars each minute during that busiest hour of the day.
Okay. Thank you for coming down and for clarifying that, Ms. Paskey. And I think that was all I have. So, Mr. Chair, thank you for the indulgence. I will pass.
Thank you. Commissioner Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wrote down a lot of key items from both groups here, and the couple that stick out they've already talked about. So I guess my thing is that, you know, looking at the whole picture, and this boils down to legality. Last thing the city needs is another lawsuit, millions of dollars. So we might have to make sure we do it right. So if you get offended by the final decision, know that there's another element to that, and I offer to you and the other group, and truly, and I'm not a member of LDS, but I know people that are, and so I got some information related to that. There's no conspiracy, folks. This is all being done the way it's supposed to in local government. And now I know I personally got some I consider inappropriate letters, and it addressed that point. And I don't know why they thought people were sneaking around doing backdoor meetings, and you know, it's just not there, folks. It's not a conspiracy. It's government at work, and whether you like it or not, it's there. You got to live with it and go forward. So, Chairman, let's get everybody home. But that's the only thing I wanted to make a comment.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Through the chair, I wanted to talk a little bit more about the CV, but I appreciate the director giving us the legislative history in terms of how we got there last year. And then, of course, I've gone back and forth with the lighting myself, and just a question for clarification. The 4,000 Kelvin lights, again, on the parking lot lights, we heard earlier that at the sight line, it's 0 candle foot, right?
Yes.
Can we talk a little bit more about the lighting being used and how you actually get to 0? Is it? I don't quite understand that.
I'm going to do
From the
my
par-
best with this as well.
From the parking lot lights.
Are you talking about parking lot?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, sorry about that. I didn't I thought it was.
And the
back to
reason why I
temple.
asked, just for clarification, because 4,000 is still pretty bright. Very bright, actually. It's very bright. So I don't understand how you go from 4,000 in the parking lot to 0 candle foot at the property line.
So let me be clear on what I said. Where I was talking about with the 0-foot candle at the property line was the lighting on the temple itself. To address the concern about the parking lot lighting, number one, all of our lighting that is proposed in the parking lot is directed down. In other words, it has a cap over it and the light's underneath. It's not going like this, it's going down. So it creates like circles of light underneath. But we're also further saying that if there's a concern that that could bleed, we didn't study that. So I don't know if a parking lot light here might light up a little bit over one of the streets, but we would agree to turn off the parking lot lights at 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. every day, just to make sure that we know the temple won't bleed out any light at the property line, and then we could take it a step further with the parking lot lights to ensure that the site outside of our site feels dark.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. And you heard my comments earlier. Again, it's the condition that would need to be on with the lights. And again, we're a recommending board. One thing I would say on the record is for City Council to look at the steeple. I think I'm okay with it, with the height and the architecture. I personally, and this isn't I like landmarks in communities, but I am also sensitive to the impact of what that can do to a neighborhood. So I think this building will be a landmark for the west side of Las Vegas if it's built. And I think that the steeple, which was again brought up a lot, I'm not here to throw out a number, but I think on record it's something that, if City Council said, hey, we're reducing it 5%, I wouldn't be mad at that, like from a planning standpoint. I realize there's religious components, I realize there's offensive components in people's minds, but I just want to go on record with that, knowing that it is an important part of your application as well. So, Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you. I heard from a lot of people, and one of the gentlemen that was here earlier that took off, he come to my office and spoke to me in detail about some of his concerns, and I also had a couple other people that reached out to me, and we had a good conversation. So I appreciate everybody reaching out in opposition. Also, the people that reached out in support. I was able to, go to the temple, and because I wanted to see it firsthand on the east side. And, I passed by it. I must have passed by it 100 times going out to the lake. But the temple's a couple blocks off of Hollywood, and I never ventured up into the temple to actually see it until this item come on our agenda. And, a couple of my concerns were, the biggest concerns that I had were traffic and lighting, because, it's fairly bright when you're looking at it from a distance. And whenever I first drove onto the site, I was blown away with the amount of landscaping and how the building was somewhat blocked from the street just due to the size of the trees and the overabundance of landscaping. And then one of my other big concerns was, how about parking, and how about the number of the volume of traffic? And so I asked Ms. Lazovich to meet me out there so we can take a look at this. And I met with President Stoddard, and we spent an hour and a half. And we walked the grounds. And one of the cool things about when I was walking the grounds was I seen signs on the property saying this is open to the public. No smoking, but feel free to walk about. And It was one of the most peaceful places that I've seen in Las Vegas. And I was actually a little bit blown away with how big the property was and in relation to the actual building. And so this, and then seeing the traffic, there might have been a car coming every 2 minutes, sometimes every 3 minutes, sometimes every 15 minutes. So it wasn't like a church that where you have 300 people coming to mass or to a service, and then those 300 to 500 people all show up at the same time and all leave at the same time. So after seeing that, traffic wasn't as big of a concern, but that was only one trip, so I wanted to see it again. And also, when we were there that first night, we were able to, I think we stayed until it got dark and the lights start coming on, but I wanted to come see it when it was fully dark. So I went this past Thursday, and actually the first time I met you out there, one of my biggest concerns was light, and I asked you to put together a light study. You gave it to me, and it was hard for me to believe that there was zero light at the property line. So if I could ask staff to take these two pictures and put them on the overhead. And this was standing on the corner of the southeast corner of, so it's Bonanza and whatever the side street is on the east side of the temple. So I'm standing in the exact same spot, and I'm looking down Bonanza, and I'm looking at all the light, and you can see the temple to the right, but that street has street lights. And so then I turn to the right, and you can barely see my vehicle sitting on the street, but you can see the temple off to the left, and you can see that there's like zero bleed through of that light out to the street. So then I start driving the neighborhood, because that was a big concern of a lot of individuals. And you know, that area, the 3-4 blocks around there, I spent an hour and a half there on Thursday, and the neighborhoods were fairly dark. It was very shocking what I found, but you know, I think that picture says a lot with the bleed through. However, I would echo what Chairman Cherry said. It would be nice to just to verify that we're not going to have an issue, that we have the same like the bottom picture where there's not a lot of bleed through out into the streets, some sort of condition that says at certificate of occupancy, we have the city go out and, you know, evaluate those lights. There's a lot of information being thrown around about Kelvin. The lights that you would have in your house are 2,700 to 3,000 Kelvin. It's that warmer amber light. Then you get into that, you know, that 3,500 to 4,000 is probably what we have in here. Then you get into that 5,000 Kelvin light, and it's that really bright office light. That's not really a measure of how much light is coming off of your fixtures and going out to the street. That would be lumens, and that's what you're measuring when you're measuring with a foot candle meter. So it doesn't matter what Kelvin we're using, it's the actual lumens. And I don't know how the church achieved like putting the lights into the parking lot, because I felt safe in the parking lot, and it felt pretty bright, but it was still dim at the same time, and it wasn't a consistent bright light across the entire parking lot. You had a light, and it was a little bit dim, and then you got to the next light, and then it was a little bit dim into the next light. So it didn't feel like that baseball stadium, that football stadium at a high school, our parks at night. It felt a lot more mute. Another thing is, I talked to a couple of people that were coming out of the temple, and I asked if the lights were actually muted, because, you know, I can see the temple from a distance, and to me, it always appeared to have a higher level of brightness. And I asked him if this was a typical brightness, and everybody told me that this was a typical brightness. And I was concerned that it was maybe brought down because I was actually going out there, and people knew that I was going out there. But the people that I met with in the parking lot said, this is what it is on a nightly basis, but don't take our word for it. Go into the neighborhood, talk to the people, the residents in the neighborhood, and see what they say. Ask them if it's too bright. Ask them if this is a typical brightness. So I did, and what I got from the people in the neighborhood was, this is the way it is on a nightly basis. So I was pretty shocked with some of the findings. I do know that you'll have to work your way through FAA. That's something that every project will have to do. When we get close to a parking lot, or I mean, not a parking lot, when we get close to an airport, even a two-story building will have to work with the FAA. So the further or the closer we are, the lower the building could be. The farther away, the higher it could be, and we'll still have to work with those with the FAA. The number of parking spaces, I did hear from people that there were, a lot of parking spaces. I don't have a problem with having too many parking spaces. It's better than having too many or too few parking spaces. If we have too few parking spaces, then we're going to have problems with overflow, parking in the streets, and parking in front of neighbors' houses. I was the only person parked in the middle of the street or on the side of the street the other night, and it seemed like everybody else was parked within that parking lot. And it was maybe 50% full, if that. So a lot of my concerns at the beginning with the traffic, just seeing the traffic coming and going, like not at one time, just randomly entering and leaving the parking lot, the abundance of landscaping, the very minimal amount of lights that's going over, and we have people shaking their head. Go down there for yourself. Check it out. I checked it out. Go do your homework. So for those reasons, I can get behind this. And no further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Kusama?
Thank you, Chair. With that, I would actually just like to start by saying thank you to everyone on both sides of this issue for making it through the night. I know this is quite a late meeting, but I do appreciate that everyone is here and their voices are heard on both sides. This is definitely a contentious issue, and there are a lot of valid reasons on both sides. To that end, I just do want to note, I took the opportunity on a Saturday to drive to St. George, Utah, and I did tour a temple there before it was, I believe the term is consecrated. I have had the opportunity to see the inside of a temple and to understand the mechanisms of how it works. But on the other side, I have also made a point to go out to the community. I recognize several faces from the nearby residents, the occupants off of TP and the like, to go into their backyards, to see their views, and to understand truly the tight-knit community that is in that area. So I would like to think that I can have a perspective on both sides for this issue. With that point, I know that there were several concerns by the residents throughout the entirety of this meeting. We have heard those concerns, but I would also like to reiterate that we have heard a lot of these concerns addressed by staff and by the rest of the commissioners. These concerns range from the traffic, and I do appreciate that the applicant was able to complete the traffic study prior to this meeting, when I know that that is not a requirement per our process. The drainage study is required just for the ongoing approval process, and I appreciate staff also taking the time to go into more detail regarding flood mitigation efforts, as I know that's a problem in the community and something that they care about. Furthermore, appreciate staff going into detail about that this is not in a rural preservation district, and the uniqueness of the boundaries, and that It is right on the border between Clark County and the city of Las Vegas, which provides a unique, and that is why the Clark County interlocal agreement is here. I do appreciate as well the FAA concern, and Ms. Lazovich, I do believe that you have told me that there will be no red blinking light, that is not something that will be a part of the structure.
There is a condition that's a requirement of the application that we have to file a specified form with the FAA. We, if it is our decision, are not putting a blinking light or a static red light at the top of the temple. But we do just need to go through the FAA and ensure that there's no requirement that they would put on us. But we will not voluntarily put one on unless directed to do so.
Understood. No, I appreciate that. And staff, I know that, like I said, this is one step of the process, and there is City Council, and so maybe further discussion on FAA. The landscaping, I know that was a concern by constituents that, they wanted to ensure that there was more shade, lessening of the urban heat island effect. We have seen that covered during this meeting. And regarding some of the water concerns, do know that SNWA takes it very seriously, and they will, mandate certain drought-tolerant trees, as was discussed. At the end of the day, as well, I know a lot of examples were given, but first and foremost, we're looking at the agenda item before us, and staff, just to confirm once more, I know you have done it, and I do appreciate it, but this is not in a rural preservation district, and that city code, and that is compliant with the interlocal, and that is why staff is recommending approval.
Mr. Chairman, through you, that is correct. The site is not in a rural preservation overlay district, which means there's not a rural preservation neighborhood. It's not a rural preservation neighborhood parcel, nor is it master planned rural neighborhood preservation. That's a separate issue.
Okay, no, thank you for the clarification.
Yep, thank you. And that is part of the reason recommending approval.
Okay, wonderful. And, the light was an issue and the height is an issue. I do appreciate you taking the effort to do shadow study, light study in terms of the spillover into backyards in the area. The parking lot, I appreciate the cap on the parking lot lights, as well as, being able to meet us, at least in the middle here, to shut it off, the parking lots at a certain time of night, as well as we understand the motion sensors for safety purposes. I think that there can be ongoing discussions regarding height and light, and that is something that I just strongly encourage the applicant to continue with the City Councilwoman's office. But with all of the comments, with all of staff having recommended for approval, as well as the other issues being addressed, that were some of my other concerns, such as drainage and such as the landscaping and urban heat island mitigation. I will be making a motion to approve, but I do strongly, like I said, suggest that the applicant continue the conversation regarding the height, in particular the spire, with the City Councilwoman's office leading up to City Council. And as well as I would just ask staff can read into the record the motions for the street lamps, the motions for the parking lot lights, 36-inch box trees for the landscaping, and the other ones discussed.
So, Mr. Chairman, through you, staff is prepared to add a condition that captures the request of the commission regarding the lighting. The other conditions that Commissioner Kusama mentioned are in your supplemental materials in the report. So I won't go specifically into the wording of those. But the added condition for the record is prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy or temporary certificate of occupancy, whichever occurs first, the applicant shall submit documentation demonstrating that all installed lighting meets the spillover provisions per the residential adjacency standards contained within Title 1908-040H. Okay.
All right, well, without,
So, Mr. Chairman, I just may ask one clarifying question.
Please.
It doesn't have to, we don't have to change conditions. Now, today the conditions say that there will be streetlights along the whole perimeter of the project. That's what is required in the condition today, and I just want to verify if we want to change that today to just the major street, which is Grand Canyon, or leave the conditions as they are.
I would go to Commissioner Kusama to comment on that.
and sorry, it was a bit difficult to hear. So regarding the street lamps just being on Alexander and Grand Canyon and deferral, and Ms. Lazovich, I know that you had discussions. If you also mind chiming in.
I was writing the, sorry about that, I was writing the condition down about the lighting issue. Was the, I think, okay, so just to recap, to capture where we are, we're adding a condition that would require the applicant before the certificate of occupancy to provide documentation to the city that we're in compliance with 1908-040H, which deals with the fact that you can't basically have light spilling over beyond your property line. Then there's an additional condition added that turns the parking lot lights off from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. with the exception of motion sensor. And then the next thing we're now talking about is, could there be an opportunity to not, or to defer, if that's the right way of saying it, to defer putting in the street lights on the 4 streets. Right now, we're required to put in the street lights on Grand Canyon, Florine, Hickam, and Teepee, and from a lighting perspective, perhaps it's better to defer that, but I don't know that I can do it on some of the streets.
Not Grand Canyon or Alexander, but maybe a street like Teepee or Florine or Hickam.
We don't touch Alexander, so it would be keep the street lights on Grand Canyon, but defer them on Hickam, Florine, and Teepee. Okay, I understand. Yes.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chairman, then we would have to amend condition 14 of the SDR, item 39. And I'll just read kind of the parts that are changed. So the first sentence we would add at the end, except as amended herein. And then we would add to the end of the condition number 14, streetlights on Hickam Avenue, Teepee Lane, and Florine Avenue shall be deferred. Related underground street lighting infrastructure shall be constructed to the satisfaction of the city traffic engineer, and the applicant shall make an improvement contribution in accordance with Title 1902-025.f.1.b. All proposed and future street lighting poles adjacent to the site shall be downtown Centennial poles per standard drawing 342.
And do you agree to that condition?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and while Commissioner Kusama is talking, one question for Public Works. On those perimeter lights, and I know you offered one up, Jennifer, in the presentation as an option, but regardless of what it is, are those able to be motion sensor as well, or because it's in public right away, it can't?
I mean, I'm sure technology would probably allow it, but we wouldn't want to maintain a motion sensor light. Yeah.
Well, so even though they're I think they're putting them in, well, I guess on the perimeter. Weren't you showing us the perimeter lights as well, like the street lights?
Yes, but it's a city street light.
Right, right, you're putting it in, the city takes it from there.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, for clarification, staff or Public Works can grant an administrative deviation to where the applicant will put in the infrastructure so that the power is there for the lights and possibly even, the infrastructure for the future pedestal of the street light. And then, and then the applicant would then make a contribution to the city so that in the future, for example, if the surrounding area does develop with schools and the street lights are warranted at that point, then the burden wouldn't be on the taxpayers. We would already have the funds in place to then actually erect the street lights themselves, and the infrastructure would be in.
Okay, and we talked about having one street in, though, initially, correct, which was Grand Canyon?
Yes, so the administrative deferral would cover for Hickam, Teepee, and Florine.
Thank you.
So we would have the infrastructure, but not the actual light pole itself.
Okay. Commissioner Kusama?
With that, unless there are any other further comments, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
Okay, so with that, I will be making a motion on agenda item 38, abeyance 240072, public hearing, applicant owner, The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I'm making a motion to approve 38A and 38B, and subject to all conditions.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, that item will move on to City Council on June 26th.
Actually, Director Floyd, I would ask, while everybody is in this room and can hear, could we have that item placed on the July 17th, City of Las Vegas City Council meeting?
Yeah, so I'll defer to the city attorney, but I think that would be sufficient for public notice if we want to move it to that meeting, so.
Yes, Director Floyd, that'd be fine.
Okay, so then those items will move on to City Council then on July 17th.
Thank you.
And I believe we have one more item. Thank you.
I'll also be making a motion on item 39, 24-0152, SDR1. I'm making a motion to approve, subject to the amended conditions as read by staff.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
And I assume, Ms. Lazovich, you want that one on July 17th as well?
Yes, we would respectfully request that. Thank you.
Okay, so that item will also move on to City Council on July 17th.
Great. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our final item.
Thank you.
It's citizens' participation. Citizens' participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to the matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion of any single subject, as well as the amount of any single speaker, may be limited. Anyone like to be heard? I'm going to close the public hearing and adjourn the meeting. And thank you for the orderly meeting, everyone. Thank you.